Boost immune booster. It dey loaded with plenty health benefit and strength inside bottle. Anytime, any occasion, whether na birthday, traditional event, celebration, na correct choice. E don land gidigba for Port Harcourt o. You go check am for market, shops, supermarkets wey dey around you. Na Olunta group of companies na im dey distribute this drink, so you fit visit us for Chihes Plaza, opposite Road 20, SAS Road, Port Harcourt. If you get informate or inquiries, abeg make you just call 0810 938 1647. Be Power Honey Boost drink. Feel 'em, live 'em, show 'em. Honey Boost drinks good for you.
Verberg Imperial Hotel Limited presents Special Valentine Day Party featuring DJ Sky Mix. In music, dance, and notable comedians. There shall be special Valentine discounted rates for all products with complimentary breakfast for couples. Date 14th February 2026. Venue Verberg Imperial Hotels, number 112/112A Bank Anthony Avenue, Transamadi Industrial Layout. Time 4 p.m. till dawn. For inquiries, call 0903 625 8097, 0803 272 4646, or visit our website at www.verbergimperialhotel.com. Email verbergimperialhotel@yahoo.com.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. And the headlines: Senate urges mandatory stocking of essential antidotes in Nigerian hospitals. DSS arraigns ex-AGF Abubakar Malami and son on terrorism and firearms charges. Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde vows PDP will not support rival party in 2027 presidential race. On the foreign scene, Iran confirms willingness to hold talks with the U.S. amid tensions. I am Lucky Maxwell. The Senate has called on the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to develop and enforce national guidelines mandating minimum stock levels of essential antidotes and emergency medicines in designated public and private hospitals across the country. The resolution followed the consideration of a motion sponsored by Senator Adebule Oluranti, who highlighted the urgent need for both federal and state government to ensure the adequate stocking, availability and accessibility of life-saving antidotes and emergency medicines nationwide. Presenting the motion, Senator Oluranti, a former Lagos State Deputy Governor, noted the rising incidence of medical emergencies in Nigeria, including snake bites, scorpion stings, poisoning, drug overdoses, and other forms of envenomation, stressing that the health system must be better prepared to respond effectively. The Senate also expressed deep concern over the reported death of Abuja-based singer Ifunanya Wangene, popularly known as Nanya, following a snake bite. Lawmakers described the incident as tragic and preventable, saying it exposed serious gaps in emergency preparedness and the availability of critical antidotes in both public and private healthcare facilities. As part of its resolutions, the Senate urged health regulatory authorities to make the stocking of essential antidotes a compulsory requirement for the licensing, registration, and renewal of accreditation of private hospitals. It also called for adequate budgetary provisions and efficient supply chains to guarantee consistent availability in public hospitals. The Department of State Services, DSS, has arraigned the former Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz Malami, before the Federal High Court in Abuja on a 5-count charge bordering on alleged terrorism financing and unlawful possession of firearms. In the charge, the DSS accused Malami of knowingly abetting terrorism financing by refusing to prosecute suspected terrorism financiers, whose case files were forwarded to him during his tenure as Attorney General. But Malami and his son were also accused of unlawfully warehousing firearms and ammunition at their residence in Gaza Phase 2 area, Birnin Kebbi local government area of Kebbi State, without lawful authority. Both defendants pleaded not guilty when the charges were read to them. Following their plea, prosecuting counsel Callistus Eze urged the court to remand them in DSS custody and to fix a date for the commencement of trial. Defense counsel Shuaibu Arwan orally applied for bail, arguing that the defendants had already spent more than 2 weeks in DSS custody, but Justice Joyce Abdul Malik rejected the oral application, noting that the court is a court of record and directing the defense to file a formal bail application. The judge subsequently ordered that Malami and his son be remanded in the custody of the DSS and adjourned the case until February 20 for the commencement of trial. Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde has declared that the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the state will not be part of any arrangement to allow another party to win power at the center in the 2027 elections. A statement was made during the inauguration of a newly built PDP secretariat in Okeado, Ibadan, funded by the governor. Makinde reflected on his role in the 2023 elections, saying he had previously aligned with individuals who helped another party secure the presidency, but insisted he had repented and would not repeat the action. He emphasized that PDP would not be compromised to favor any other party's rise to power. The governor attributed ongoing crisis within the party to a small group of expelled members whose actions, he said, were the root of internal challenges. He stressed that party issues should be traced back to their source and expressed confidence in the judiciary to uphold justice for PDP. The Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Environment and Technology, Ogun, Rivers State, Professor Prince Chinedum, has urged the institution's pioneer students to strictly adhere to the rules and regulations as contained in the university's handbook. Professor Chinedum gave the charge during the maiden Founders' Day and matriculation ceremony of the university, where he encouraged students to seize the opportunity of their admission to shape their future in line with the vision, goals, and aspirations of the Federal University. He described admission into the university as a pathway to personal growth and national service, urging students to take ownership of their education and actively contribute to addressing key regional and national challenges, particularly climate change and environmental sustainability. The Vice Chancellor, who disclosed that students must attain a minimum of 70% attendance in lectures and other academic activities to qualify for examinations, warned that the university would not tolerate cultism, examination malpractice, drug abuse, sexual harassment, indecent dressing, or any form of misconduct, stressing that offenders will be expelled without hesitation.
He said that these non-political terms, that is Federal University of Environment and Technology will not tolerate the distasteful practice of students' involvement in court-related activities, examination malpractices, sexual harassment, drug abuse, offering grades for money, sale of handouts and unapproved books or manuals, especially through the so-called faculty and departmental representatives. We also frown at indecent dressing and all forms of misconduct that are listed in our rubrics, which you will get after now. I would encourage the first students to plan the evil of cultism in this university will be uprooted with the force and energy and naval battle.
Professor Chinedum, who also commended President Bola Tinubu for the establishment of the university, expressed gratitude to parents for entrusting their children to the institution, assuring that the management was committed to grooming students into responsible leaders who would contribute meaningfully to national development.
For entrusting their children and works to our care. The confidence in this young university students are resolved to carefully monitor and deliver quality education to their children that meets global standards and guides them to path of moral uprightness and all impeachable character. We assure you that we shall collaborate with you to nurture these young ones into responsible, paid, and socially conscious graduates who will make meaningful contributions to national development and become leaders in our own right, just like the motto and the vision and mission of this university. Today already, early this morning, we unveiled a deputy statue in honor of the former Ogoni environmental campaigner and minority rights activist, Kenule Benson Tarohua.
In a goodwill message, the Minister of Education, Olatunji Alosa, represented by a member of the university's management board, Sunday Jide, said, "The establishment of the Federal University of Technology reflects the federal government's unwavering commitment to improving access to quality education for Nigerians."
These historic events mark a defining milestone in the life of this noble institution. The establishment of the Federal University of Environment and Technology, Corona and Safewa, is a clear demonstration of the federal government's unwavering commitment to expanding access to quality higher education, promoting environmental stability, sustainability, and addressing the unique ecological and developmental challenges of the Niger Delta region. The choice of environment and technology as the core mandate of this university is both timely and strategic.
Today FM Suchende Joe reports that a total of 1,246 students were matriculated at the ceremony, during which the university also launched a 5 billion naira development and research fund to support growth, innovation, and academic excellence. Meanwhile, the Oba of Ogbaland, Nwachukwu Nnam Obi, has urged the federal government to rename the Federal University of Environment and Technology Ogoni River State as the Ken Saro-Wiwa Federal University of Environment and Technology in honor of the late environmental activist. Speaking at the institution's first matriculation ceremony, the monarch said the call was justified because the university was established as a result of prolonged agitation and struggle that claimed the lives of notable Ogoni leaders led by Ken Saro-Wiwa. While unveiling a metallized image of Saro-Wiwa at the university campus, Nnam Obi encouraged students to emulate the courage and commitment of the late activist, whom he described as a giant of environmental justice, and to remain focused on their academic pursuits. He recalled that the struggle for environmental justice championed by Saro-Wiwa began in Ogoniland with the aim of liberating the Ogoni people and the wider Niger Delta, and he commended the federal government for responding to the demands of the people through the establishment of the university.
So today, we come to honor that light. The man who presented him said history has corrected the records. And I just stand aside to say not history. The spirit of truth has rewritten history. History is written by men. The spirit that governs us is different. And the spirit of truth has told the truth of what he represented and what he is to us. That is why we are here. But the important thing for me is what is going to happen moving forward. Before us are very young minds. Our children, we hope, will take over from us tomorrow. They are here witnessing how we are immortalizing one of us. They are here seeing that a good fight is a good fight. Doing good is good.
Delivering the Founders Day lecture, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Joseph Ajinka, said the university would serve as a hub for tackling major challenges such as environmental degradation, educational gaps, and poverty through research and innovation.
Now look at the environment. This is the environment of the Niger Delta, highly polluted. As we are told, as a petroleum engineer, it is this kind of environmental pollution and devastation that resulted in the agitation for environmental justice. Look at people looking for employment and poverty. This slide is not about the World Cup or Olympics. It's about an employment advert where people went to stadium in different locations looking for jobs, and many perished as a result of looking for jobs.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, the rest of the news. A lecturer at the Department of Political Science, Ignatius Ajini University of Education, Goodluck Oke, says the third peace effort brokered by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the political crisis in River State is likely to fail. Okay, who spoke with Today FM's Priya Izogo, said The crisis is fundamentally about control of the state resources, not leadership of political party structures. He argued that the political future of both the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and the Rivers State Governor is at stake, making the crisis difficult to resolve. The university lecturer accused President Tinubu of encouraging godfatherism in Rivers State, alleging that the president consistently favors the minister and the ongoing political standoff.
The issue at stake is not who is the leader of PDP or APC or who is the leader of anything. The issue at stake is about the resources of the state and the political destiny of both the Minister of SCP and the political destiny of the governor. As usual, every governor will want to do a second tenure. And so no matter the kind of arrangement anybody would want to do, the man who wants second tenure will definitely fight for his second tenure. So what the president is doing is trying to protect the godfather structure in Nigeria, because he knows that if Governor Sinara Ifubara ends the godfather structure of Yesowike River State, he may have, or he will definitely set a precedent that will warrant anybody to come up and fight godfathers in any state of the country. Just like the president did in the case of Ambode of Lagos State. He did very well. He did all he could and made sure that Ambode didn't come back. So what they want to also do is to ensure that
the casual environmental health officers in the Rivers State Ministry of Environment have appealed to Governor Sumala Ifubara to consider employing them into the ministry, citing low manpower currently being experienced in the agency. Speaking on behalf of the casual environmental health officers in Port Harcourt, Sanitarian Glory Wonte commended the Rivers State government for the recent launch of 5,000 teaching jobs and the employment opportunities created for medical workers across the state. She said there were over 200 casual environmental health officers attached to the State Ministry of Environment and the Rivers State Waste Management Agency, RWAMA, have remained on casual appointment for between 10 and 15 years, despite their continuous service.
We, the casual environmental health officer, have served diligently for periods ranging from 10 to 15 years without full empowerment, job security, or commensurate remuneration. Despite this, we have continued to demonstrate loyalty, professionalism, and commitment to the well-being of our dear state.
Gloria Wonte noted that members of the group have continued to discharge their duties diligently, contributing to public health, environmental sanitation, disease prevention, and community safety in Rivers State.
The Commissioner, Permanent Secretary, and staff of Ministry of Environment from 2009 to date are aware of this situation and have promised, even in the past to the present, to ensure that we are converted and employed once the employment opportunity comes. But sadly, all efforts seems to yield to no positive results.
Also speaking to Newsman, the head of Department Environmental Health and Safety in the Ministry of Environment, Sanitary and Wisdom, Ogono, confirmed that the casual environmental health officers have been in service through successive administrations. On the foreign scene, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has confirmed that he had instructed his foreign ministry to begin negotiations with the United States, provided discussions are conducted in an environment free of threat. The announcement followed U.S. President Donald Trump's warning that bad things could happen if no deal is reached. While Iran has not officially confirmed the location of the talks, reports suggest the meeting is likely to take place in Turkey on Friday, following diplomatic interventions by Turkey, Egypt, Oman, and Qatar. Both sides have stressed that any negotiations will focus on Iran's nuclear program, excluding discussions on missile capabilities or defense issues. Trump has deployed an aircraft carrier group to the Middle East after anti-government protests in Iran were met with a deadly crackdown last month. Tehran, which insisting on diplomacy, has vowed a decisive response to any aggression. In sport, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has defended his decision to award a peace prize to United States President Donald Trump, dismissing criticism and calls for a boycott of the 2026 World Cup. The move, announced at the tournament draw in Washington in December, sparked widespread backlash and renewed scrutiny of FIFA's leadership. The award drew further controversy amid heightened international tensions, including U.S. actions involving Venezuela and Trump's statement on acquiring Greenland for national security reasons. Despite this, Infantino maintained that the prize aligned with FIFA's intention to recognize figures it believes contribute to global peace efforts. Infantino also rejected suggestions that this year's expanded World Cup to be hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico from July 11 to July 19 could face a boycott over domestic and foreign policies of the U.S. administration. He argued that football should not be singled out when similar boycotts are rarely applied to countries in other sectors. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. We told you that the Senate has urged mandatory stocking of essential antidotes in Nigerian hospitals. The DSS has arraigned former AGF Abubakar Malami and his son on terrorism and firearms charges. We told you that Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has vowed that the PDP will not support any rival party in the 2027 presidential race. On the foreign scene, Iran has confirmed its willingness to hold talks with the U.S. amid tensions. Stella Sasongo Okori, editor of the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com. Facebook at Today95.1fm. Instagram at TodayFM951. X at TodayFM951. YouTube Live at Today95.1fm. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Blessed is the man that walking out to the counsel of the ungodly, not standing in the ways of sinners, not sitting in the seat of the scornful. Hey.
Breathe Upon My Soul. You know, that particular song he sang initially, it actually, should I call it a medley? You know, combination of songs. But the first one he sang when he talked about, he said, breathe upon my soul. That should be your prayer every day. That's my prayer every day. That God should breathe upon our soul, because when you take a look at the things happening, ladies and gentlemen, you get as you will. Sometimes I just prefer not to talk about them because they're really, really heartbreaking. Yes, really, really heartbreaking. You know, a lady who actually lost her life, Wangene. You know, listening to her sing, man, you go see voice, see talent. But she's gone. She's what? She's gone. What's his name? Anthony Joshua had an accident. That was before the end of 2025. 2 of his friends died on the spot. Now, emergency service is very important. Yes, accidents happen everywhere. It might be a fatal one, but you know, from a doctor's perspective, I mean, what Dr. Shitu will always tell me, that when things happen, timely intervention matters. It's not as though what happens in Africa does not happen in other climes, but the difference is timely intervention. And you know now, in our own state, we are still looking for who is 001 and 002. Everybody is talking about this, you know, consign them. Unfortunately, the people who are even supposed to be thinking about their lives, they are not even thinking about their lives. Well, it's a great day. It's a Tuesday, and I heard it drizzle in some areas. Rain fell in some areas. Did it also drizzle in your own area? We just pray that we'll have small calmness tonight so we can sleep well. Is that not so? Because the way PhD is treating us, you know, Guru, PhD is just treating us anyhow, doing us anyhow. You know, when you're begging for love, your partner will just be treating you anyhow because you are the one begging for love. That's the way our relationship is. We and PhD, now we they beg for love. That's how it is. So they are just doing, in my own area, they just brought it all through the night. There was no light. Thank God that it drizzled a little bit yesterday, and then the environment was a little bit calm. So we had some breeze, you know, cross ventilation, some air will just come in, and everywhere will be a little bit calm. So they didn't bring electricity, no power up until early morning. That was around 4 a.m., right? I said, make I use hot plate cook now. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Light not reach 1 hour. They took it. They took it. I was only able to boil water. They took it and never brought it again. Up until I went out early morning. Came back, they brought it. He didn't stay up to an hour. They took it again. I went out again. In fact, well, what's on your mind? Feel free to join the conversation. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call to be a part of the conversation. What is of utmost importance to you that you are worried? You are worried. Yes, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
So, regard as you used to say, and maybe legend, I love two of you. If you does not have any, does not see black and call them white. That's why I like two of now. And I'm telling you, this one where wicked Tinubu the talk said give footballer condition. I was not like it, and the footballer is not going anywhere unless God will come down and help us. If not, the condition of footballer Tinubu did not give up any slightest chance for that. But I'm saying in the parable, whoever that shoot a bird continues flying without pressure. One day it will fetch. And also, if you shoot a gun into the market, you don't know whether it is their mother or your father or your relation that is going to touch. You should be careful. No persons on island. Thank you. I remain secret from UMHM.
Yes, good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Welcome, sir. Good evening.
This is Overcomer.
Overcomer, you there market?
I'm just trying to back. Well, this is off politics. I just want to air out a view of a friend. And a question was asked, reply was given, but I think he wants to also hear whether the reply is correct. What are the primary concerns of a man that has a family? One, he pays the school fees, he pays the rent, he provides feeding. He said, but his wife will come back and tell him he's not doing anything, he's not trying. So he's contemplating of living there, whether he can try from there. I said, well, for me, I don't really know whether there are other assignments, school fees, rent, and feeding. Time to time you buy food. If you still say you are not trying, I don't know. I think that's the primary concern of every man. So I air it out, but I said, let me still share it because that's what is on my mind that's bothering a friend. So I don't know whether there are other primary concerns outside that one. For the
Okay, you said wait, hold on. You said he pays the fee, it takes care of the family.
The school fees, yes, he pays the rent, he provides feeding, but the wife went ahead to tell him he's not trying and he's giving him concern, so he confided in me. I said, well, let me check what are the primary concerns of every married man. And when I checked, these are the primary concerns.
The wife said he's not trying.
Yes.
In what area?
Like the things he mentioned, probably the wife wants more.
What is it that what more does she want?
It's what I tried to ask him. He said he doesn't know. At least time to time he buy her some things, cream, buy her from time to time. But those primary things he does them. I said, so what else your wife is looking for that he say you are not trying, and for that he deny him most time deny him on the other roof. So I checked, he was worried, so he asked me, so I checked what are the primary concerns that will make a man say that the scripture said, whoa, also a man that cannot take care of his household. I said these are the primary things, so these three things is what I know. Any other thing I don't know. So I said, let me just probably I'm wrong. He's listening right now as I'm talking. Probably I'm wrong. So I think if I someone can correct me. That's why I say let me leave politics and talk about what is on my mind that is bothering the friend. Thank you, Master.
Thank you very much. Well, the primary things within a home, those are the things you've mentioned now. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear from her. What is it that she wants more? We need to hear more. Or is it that she wants a high-class house? Okay, for instance, you need to change the car. You need to rent a duplex instead of a 3-bedroom apartment. Is that the issue? So I think we need to hear more. He's not trying. Oga, if you pay house rent, you're paying house rent, you're paying the children's fee, they are feeding within your level. Oga, if they try you, I don't know which other one. But I think we need to also hear from her. No be so. Here. Before you go kill yourself, say one please person. Yes, good evening. Hello?
Hello, Max.
Yes, good evening.
Mr. Marcos from Port Harcourt.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk what is in my mind, not what is in your own mind, though. My own mind, I'm saying.
Man, that's why we're here now. Everybody has the right to say what's on his mind. We're not putting anything on you.
Max, I am worried. Why I am worried is that sometimes some people or somebody from afar will look at River State. Max, I see River State like a stepmother. Why do I say so? Rivers State is a state that has been accommodating me, harboring me, taking care of me for decades of my life. And not for it. Anything happening to Rivers State is supposed to touch me as an individual. What do I mean? How will somebody say the problem that is going on in Rivers State today between the governor and the ex-governor is unsolvable? I don't believe that. I said earlier, somebody looking at Rivers State from a distance as if he doesn't see anybody. How can Tinubu, from where he is, think that Rivers people will not understand what he means by what he's saying? He called Fubara. We don't know what he discussed with Fubara. Fubara will come back here and sing song. Wike will rise on his own. Now he has called Wike political leader in Rivers State. Can you show me one state in Nigeria where one political person from one political party is the political leader of the entire state, even when there are 10, 20 political parties here? Please, this thing that Tinubu is doing here, Rivers State people should stand at their feet and tell him, we don't want this. Enough is enough. We know that what regards to the problem are having now is what agreement Wike and Fubara has secretly that nobody have told us. Fubara never said we don't have any agreement. Wike always points out the agreement is agreement. The agreement he did not want to tell us. Rather, he wanted to tell us what he agreed when impeachment saga came up, which is not the agreement that led to impeachment. If you listen to what the president said, Wike he stepped down his flag of impeachment, meaning he knows.
Thank you.
Wike is the man propelling the impeachment.
Thank
the
you.
reason why the impeachment is happening is what Rivers to call Wike and Fubara and ask them. Let them say what is going on.
All right, thank you, sir.
By doing so, they will get the fact and know how to follow the problem. It
All
is
right.
solvable. One man's greed cannot turn him to a war front.
Thank you very much, sir.
So please.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, good evening.
Hey, Maxwell,
Yes, please, go ahead.
man of the people, it's Marvin from Port Harcourt.
Yes, sir.
You see, what is on my mind? Nigeria cannot be overemphasized because I'm in Nigeria. I'm inside Nigeria, so it cannot be overemphasized. You see, can you see? Scorpion, snake bite can kill somebody in Nigeria. Or Somali enjoying funds that belong to the whole Edo people, using it to pay for private jet.
How do you know is Edo fund that he's enjoying?
Yes, now he was a governor of that state. Where did he got the money from?
Maybe savings from his salary now.
How much is his salary? Maxwell, well, let that go afar. Now, talk of Tinubu. Look at about 34.39 billion just for traveling within the space of 2 years. Why the citizens of Nigeria are dying just because of common snake bite and scorpion bite. That is why I keep on telling you that I'm not comfortable in this country. They left us with nothing. What they left us with is terrorism and cultism. You cannot from Port Harcourt go to your village and sleep overnight. Small boys will mess you up for what you don't know about because of the fair system, the docility of our leaders. It bothered me so much that somebody will spend such huge amount of money on just traveling. As he traveled, what has he brought to Nigeria? Nothing. And he's still about to travel. That is why I keep on saying I'm no longer comfortable with Nigeria. Manuel, let me tell you, one of the people, look, politicians can never change the structure of this country.
All right, thank you.
The system has been bastardized to the extent that I'm calling on good, conscious people
Thank you, sir.
to rise up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please keep the calls coming in. What's on your mind? You can also send your messages. I'd love to read those messages. Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Sunday. I call you from Pakistan.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm in River State here, and I'm from River State here. But my mind is like I'm in worry. Because my mind I'm really worried in mind. It's like I'm in real worry. Because of the comments that if actually that my president, Mr. President, or Papa President said that kind of thing. Instead for him to set for peace in this my state, to be supporting only one person out of how many thousands of people inside this my state. Then he only loves one person than the population inside this River State. I'm not happy. I'm totally worried in spirit.
All right. Yes, good evening. Yes, welcome.
I greet you very well.
Go ahead, sir.
Simple John Ada Judge.
All right, sir.
You know, I don't know whether at this station, last time, even before Governor resumed after the, what is it called? 6 months suspension. I said the governor is only coming back to sit down. My advice to the governor is just come and collect your own, because I know governor is not going to do anything. So the chance is not there. But if I may have the opportunity to advise the governor, do you know what I would tell the governor to do? Huh? We cannot have any spiritual power different from the power in that government, which Wike used when Wike was governor of the state. What gave Wike power was the money Wike passed and settle whoever, settle even the Jews around. So what the governor should do is to
are you listening to me, sir?
Sorry? Is that
I wouldn't want you to make unfounded statements, all right? So we can be on the same page.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. But can you allow me to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just an advice. The governor should do a needful. Call the 27 assembly members. Move them to his own side. What they need is just money. Pack money in the bags and give them 1-1. At least 1 billion naira.
Which money would they pack and give people?
The River State has money now.
So they should not pack money and give to people?
My dear?
Not residents.
No, I'm not talking about president. This state has, but this is the River State we are talking about.
Not. All right.
Apart from Lagos, is there any other state you compare to River State?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that is my own. Let the governor be sleeping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Let me start from where I started yesterday. Yesterday I mentioned people that they won't let go over their political life. Obasanjo is one of them. You know, in 2018, Atiku visited Obasanjo in a bid to reconcile their differences. And Obasanjo endorsed Atiku for 2019 presidential election. And up till now, Obasanjo, and in 2023, Obasanjo turned his back against Atiku, supported by Peter Obi. And he's still doing the same for 2027. If Obasanjo is one of the politicians in Nigeria that when you step on their toe, they can hardly forgive. The one that Wike adopted as the latest newfound political godfather against Jonathan and his wife that brought him to power, imposed him on River State, 2015. Tinubu is one of them. You know, one of the deputy governors of Tinubu, a female, Otina. Tinubu is yet to forgive that lady.
How do you know all these stories? Do you live with them?
I live in Lagos. I don't speak out of speak with empirical evidence.
But you don't live with them now. You can only talk about your own family.
You know that might criticizing Tinubu Otina. What about Ambode? What about Fashola? Are they in the Tinubu cabinet? What of Fayemi? So what we don't say thing out of the blues. We say the reality. So these are the people who can never forgive the offenders. They are the ones that fought against godfatherism in Edo State, but the ones promoting godfatherism. You know, the fact Wike will always be on the part of on the winning side of Tinubu because they believe who is here and his supporters. They believe in violence. Than this other faction, Fubara.
When you are talking, don't add salt and pepper. Yes, good evening. Which one is a believe in? There's a word you used. We can't use that word on radio. Good evening.
Good evening, Max.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
How today?
Fine, oh.
Enjoy yourself.
My brother, I don't have time for nchon. I came to enjoy. I didn't come to count bridge.
Now, so you see this reverse politics. I don't even tire. I don't tire of this reverse politics. That is what is in my mind. When this problem starts, that initial time, Governor Fubara do like a man, get himself another political party, and things are working well. And I remember you are shouting, telling this governor, say, this court case, we will not appeal, we will just allow it to lie down like that. This thing go on to now later. I heard you repeating this thing every day. And by and large, the same thing happened. Now, Fubara want to defect to another party. I told you that very day that I had that Fubara defect to APC. I said, Fubara will shot himself again at his leg. Why I say so? How can you go to APC where you know they are looking for you and you think you will get a favor? I think you should have just defected to another party. If it is the fear of impeachment, you resign. Resign before they will impeach you and come home. Let's prepare for 2027 and see how you will not win this election. Landslide. I don't understand. Fubara is not behaving as a just son. The thing they tire me. I beg me can talk to them now. So the thing don't make me now they sick. Are they sick? Because the way they just they dribble them, they just they turn them like saying now today they bought them. The thing just tire me. I beg make him step up his game. At least. Thank you.
All right. Whew. Yes, good evening.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you see, it is the mercy and grace of God to current governor to call back to even though all the whole angels at heaven, including the highest one, which is myself, they cannot pass this governor unless the mercy and grace of God. Thank you, and I cut off.
Yes, good evening.
Maxwell.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Maxwell, nobody is going to stand up for anybody who is sitting. You know the reason, the danger in it is that if you stand up finish, tomorrow, I think will ask you whether I send you a message. It's been happening in River State, where the people at the end of the day will hear nobody has called the sent you to do anything. It is a matter between me and my father. So everybody should say that I didn't call you. So River people are tired of standing up because I hear people say stand up, River State. Nobody is standing up again. So what we are going to be doing as people, especially me that love our governor so much, and for anybody that says or thinks that he loves the governor, what we are going to be doing now is to be advising him on what to do. Sir, forget about structure. Forget about leadership, who is the leader of parties. Forget about 001. Forget about capacity because you don't have it. What you're going to do now is look at the hospitals, go and refurbish and equip hospitals, employ doctors. Look at schools, gather contractors that are reliable. If you don't know anyone, call OT from other states, let him help you. He can give you reliable contractors. Visit schools, refurbish schools, equip schools, employ teachers. Look at the sanitation, sector. Get people, you can work with the ministry if Ruwama is not working. Work with the permanent secretary of Ministry of Environment. Let them get the state clean. Clear the gutters. Do the things that you're supposed to. Look at roads that are bad. Get to action. Fix them.
so that you can have a name for yourself. Forget about 2027. Let 2027 take care of itself. Get down to work. Forget about this thing. You can't even match weekend. You can't do it. You can't fight him. You can't. There's nothing you can do. Just forget about that one and do the one that is in your hand that we know you have.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Wellington from Okrika.
Yes, sir.
I'll be brief. APC as a party has not known the capacity of the governor. And the governor is trying to let them know that they are pushing him to the wall. Even people are solidly behind him. Like one of the last callers said, he's trying to calm down the tension. You can't win the governor. The governor, you cannot win him. APC should be very, very careful. I want to advise the president, return the governor unopposed if you want to retain the vote of Rivers people. Capacity belongs to the people. And Rivers will hate intimidation. Rivers man, an average Rivers man, hate harassment. I'm advising the president, return the governor unopposed. Either by direct or indirect, whichever way you want to do it. Thank you and God bless you, man.
Thank you, Wellington. All right, let's take this voice note and then we'll go for a short break. Voice note. Okay, Kwana.
Tinubu gave Fubara. How can you be a governor in your state and you are not the political leader of that state? Has it happened anywhere? When he was Lagos, the governor of Lagos, was he not the political leader there? I wonder where this APC is leading us to. Rivers people should wake up, they should rise up, because I don't know where these people are leading Rivers State to. Because whatever condition he gives, they are not favorable to Fubara. And as long as they are not favorable to Fubara, he can never be favorable to Rivers people. I don't know what is going on in this state. How long will all this nonsense continue? Allow the man to be. Allow him to deliver the dividend of democracy to his people that voted for him. Why is one man greed destroying the state? Frank from Burukiri.
All right. Thank you very much. That's much we can take. We'll take a short break and then we'll come back for area talk. Area talk today, you will love it. It's not politics, so I will leave those people. Maybe we talk the one we concern. All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Today's news in 60.
The Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, in collaboration with Smile Train, has unveiled a cleft awareness and advocacy campaign in local dialects aimed at identifying children born with cleft lip and palate across Rivers State. The federal government has raised concerns over the growing burden of respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular conditions, and other environment-related diseases linked to the greenhouse gas emissions across Nigeria. The Minister of Health, Professor Ali Pate, said Nigeria's healthcare challenges cannot be solved through wishful thinking or prayers, insisting that sustainable reforms must be driven by science, research, and evidence-based policies. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says not fewer than 17 people have died from Lassa fever in Nigeria across 8 states in the first 3 weeks of 2026. And on the foreign scene, Orange County health officials have confirmed their second measles case of 2026 in an international traveler who arrived in California at Los Angeles International Airport before visiting Disneyland last week.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 3rd February. In 1913, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, granting Congress the authority to levy income taxes, was ratified. In 1945, the United States and the Philippine Commonwealth began a month-long battle to retake Manila from Japan. In 1959, 65 people were killed when American Airlines Flight 320 crashed into the East River on approach to LaGuardia Airport in New York City. In 1966, the Soviet Union's Luna 9 became the first spacecraft to make a soft landing on the moon and the first spacecraft to take pictures from the surface of the moon. In 1972, a 7-day snowstorm known as the Iran blizzard killed at least 4,000 people, making it the deadliest snowstorm in history. In 1995, American astronaut Eileen Collins became the first woman to pilot a space shuttle, the Discovery. And in 2023, a freight train containing vinyl chloride and other hazardous materials derailed and burnt in East Palestine, Ohio, United States, releasing hydrogen chloride and phosgene into the air and contaminating the Ohio River.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
In the 21st century, almost everything revolves around power availability. In the 21st century, even in the late 70s and early 80s, the time of the industrialization, no country can develop without the power sector. So, not to talk about the 21st century, it relies heavily on power availability. You talk about boom in industrialization. We are in the information technology era where computers and softwares are doing magic. AI is taking over. You need electricity basically to power almost everything. You use electricity to cook. You use electricity for almost all your businesses. You sell fish, frozen foods, you need electricity. Women do their hair almost, weekly or 2 weeks intervals. Those who are within that line of business need electricity. Those who sell cold drinks and water, they need electricity. The welder needs electricity. The barber needs electricity. Everybody needs electricity. The churches, mosques, we all need electricity. We are doing conferences and seminars. We need to set up a good sound. You need electricity to power it. My question is, why is it that the electricity problem in Nigeria and this time around states, President Buhari signed the amendment bill, and then President Tinubu also did that in 2023, pushing the whole issue to states. So states can now generate, they can now distribute and transmit electricity, and Rivers State is one of those states. Abia State, Asera, have taken over from NEC, so they are now in control of their own electricity issues. Probably more generations, more dams, or more sources of generation will be built, either with gas, or they can also develop solar. We have it in abundance. A particular report reported that we can generate close to 200 and something megawatts of electricity. South Africa, currently about 55 million population, generate over 50,000 megawatts I think Egypt generates about 65,000 megawatts, and those guys, their population are small when you compare when you compare it to Nigeria. We're about 4 times the population of South Africa. Yet South Africa, they use coal and other means to generate electricity. Nigeria is blessed with so much resources. Now, if you come down to River State, there are so many ways you can generate electricity. Bonny River is there in Anthony, so you need water, right? If you want to use dam, you can also generate through solar. We have excess gas, so there are so many means we can generate electricity. Private sector individuals can come in and invest in this particular sector. What people want is give us power. We are willing to pay. You can't compare NEPA light and generator. When you're seeing a movie and the generator is on, you won't enjoy that movie the way you're supposed to enjoy it when you have NEPA light on. That's the truth. The noise is there, and mind you, that same generator will have to go through a series of maintenance from time to time. You spend money. When you put all those bills together, you just know that electricity is the best. However, the sector has been crippled with a whole lot of corruption. The governors, I don't know what is now holding them from taking charge, since electricity generation, distribution, and transmission has been decentralized. We have been talking about devolution of power. This is one of it. Let states handle their matter. All this national whatever. Recently, Abia State Governor said the national grid collapse didn't affect them. The national grid has collapsed twice this year, 23rd of January. 4 days later, on the 27th, it collapsed also. So you ask yourself, why do we have this constant collapse? Well, you talk about dilapidated equipment. If your computer is old, it will be collapsing. If your equipment is old, it will definitely be collapsing. If you take a look at the telecommunication guys, they have their equipment, they maintain it, even though sometimes their network is funny, but they take responsibility for their equipment. How would you feel if you put a jingle on Today FM and we tell you to come and put diesel in our generator so we can put on the equipment to play the jingle you have paid for? You will say we are mad, isn't it? Is that not what you're going to say? You will say we are mad. Because it is our responsibility to take care of the equipment, buy diesel from the little money you have paid for your jingle. Your own is to listen and hear your jingle. You don't care how we do it because you have paid for your jingle. It is not your business if we don't have diesel. We have to look for a way to get diesel, or use solar, or use NEPA light. Put on the equipment and play your jingle. You go to a restaurant and you buy food, and they said you will have to go to your house and bring water. You want to eat garri, they say you go to your house and bring water to wash your hand. How would you feel? And you're paying for the food. Or you paid for a plate of food with maybe 2 or 3 meats, lumps of meat, and they said there's no meat too, but you have to pay for that meat. How will you feel? Or they say after eating the food, you pay for the food and you also pay part of the rentage, that they rented that place for so amount, so you have to pay so amount of money so they can compile money and pay for rent. What's your business with the rentage? Your business is to come eat, pay for your food and go. So the vendor who is supplying you whatever, or who is providing a certain service for you, has a responsibility to take care of their equipment. The bus driver who carries you from point A to point B, what is your business with contributing money for him to fix his vehicle? It's not your business. Your own business is to pay for point A to point B, and then you go your way. He has to look for a way to fix his vehicle, buy fuel, buy diesel, depending on what he uses to run the car, or if it's CNG. I think that we might start using CNG in the next 20 to 30 years. All this noise they are making, I don't even know why they are making noise. How many CNG stations do we have in River State? Let's leave that. So, it is not your business to contribute money to fix the man's vehicle. It is his business to fix his vehicle. The contract you have with him is, I am going to Rumokoro. How much you go collect? He says 500. You pay him his 500. If he gets to Obirikwere and he says his vehicle, and the vehicle starts jacking, you calculate the amount you're supposed to pay from Choba to Obirikwere, and you pay that amount, and then you do counterbalance. You can't pay him 500. He won't tell you that you must pay 500. While I go boss, you either pay him 200, 250, or 300, as the case may be. So you can also get a vehicle from Obirikwere to Rumokoro, because the charge ab initio was 500. Now that he dropped you at Obirikwere, almost half of the journey, you either pay 200 or 300, and then you take another vehicle to Rumokoro. You might add a little bit of 100 naira on it, but at least you get to your destination. So why would you contribute money to buy equipment, electricity infrastructure? Now, this is how it is. PHEDC charges for the electricity you use. We don't want to go into billings, meter or no meter, because recently federal government said, oh, give them meter for free. The PHED said, no, we will not give meter. That's their business. I don't know the politics that is being played there, because federal government is on this end, you have PHED on this end. The consumers, Nigerians, are just there wallowing in darkness and paying for darkness. Well, let's look at this. The job of PHEDC is to give you electricity. Electricity cannot get to your house without passing through some electrical infrastructure. So, for instance, it comes from AFAM, for instance, the station that serves this environment, and then it gets to a substation, you break it down, it goes to other substations in different areas. So it comes to a substation in Choba, for instance, or Rumekini, and then break it down, and now power goes into each transformer, right? From the transformer, you already have the transmission equipment. Then from the transformer, people get electricity within the environment to their different houses. So if anything is wrong with the transformer steps it down so that you can have power at a normal level, 220, 240 volts, so it doesn't blow up everything. And a certain transformer can serve a certain environment. You know, when people start building houses and then the houses increase, the load, if it's a 300 kVA, and then you are now using close to 400 and something kVA, that transformer will be breaking down. You understand? So the power usage within the environment should be around 250, 300, so that the transformer can stabilize. Even your phone is the same thing. You don't use more than 70% of the internal memory, else the phone will start hanging. So for that transformer to live long, you need 250, 300, so that the remaining 200 can be there to balance the system, so that transformer will not be breaking down. The moment people start connecting and connecting, that's what happens. Now, instead of them to bring a new transformer so they can share the load, you know, what happens is that the transformer will be breaking down, because it's now carrying more than it can, it's now biting more than it can chew. So the transformer distributes to every house. If anything is wrong with that transformer, all the houses connected to that transformer would not have electricity, except you have your own private transformer. Who is the owner of the transformer? PHEDC. Who is the owner of the high tension cables? PHEDC. The ones from the high tensions you connect to your houses, even though you bought them, who owns it? PHEDC. These are infrastructure. These infrastructures belong to the PHEDC. If I have to flip it around, the phone you have is your private property. Your SIM belongs to you. But there's a connection. There's a mask within that environment. Whatever is done at this station, substation, down with electromagnetic wave, then your phone will have to connect. I won't go into the telecommunication guys will know the technology better than I do. I will probably speak from the science point of view, but I won't go into much technicality. So you pick signals from that max. That's why if you're in an environment where there's no network, you have to climb the tree. Some people say in their own community they have to climb tree before they can see network and then they can now make one or two calls. That equipment called the mast, where you get signals from, is owned by who? The telecommunication guys. It's not your equipment. So they maintain it, they have security, they have a generator that powers it because they can't rely on this same PHED that we're dealing with. So they have their generator to power it. They have a security guard. There's these maintenance guys that come around from time to time to maintain either the generator or the equipment. Who pays them? The telecommunication company. Why? It's their responsibility. What is your own responsibility? Buy data, buy airtime. Once you have a SIM, you connect, you make your calls. While you're making your calls, the service provider is providing service for you to connect with your loved ones or your business partners. That's your own responsibility. Your responsibility is not to go there and say, this is no day, now I make mass no on. Let us contribute money. Let us contribute money. This is no day, mass no day on. I make no get network. Oh yeah, everybody for compound contribute 1,000 more buy diesel. There's nothing like that. It's the responsibility of the telecommunication company. Now flip it to this other end, PHEDC. It is their responsibility, ideally speaking, for them to provide transformers, ensure that the cables are properly connected. When the pole falls and there's any issue, they come because they collect money within the environment, either a metered or non-metered environment. You pay bills. That's your own responsibility. It's the same relationship you have with the telecommunication guys. Now, why? I'm still asking this question. Why is it that people now buy transformer? We hear, we are begging on the NDDC distribute transformers. Local government chairmen, some of them buy transformers. Do they also buy telecommunication masks? Aha. Do they also buy telecommunication masks? Or do they also buy fuel for bus drivers who are carrying rivers people from point A to point B? Say, I'm going to buy fuel for now, so I'm going to carry, and then you still pay transport. Is there any case like that? Except maybe when they want to do their political whatever. Have you ever seen a local government chairman say, okay, my people will be coming back to except he wants to do political something. Say, this month we have budgeted so amount to buy fuel for all the keke. And then when you now bought that keke, you also pay transport. The only thing that is done is if a local government chairman or a politician wants to do something, he will have an agreement with the keke union and say, for everybody you carry for today is free. We will pay you. So how much do you make in a day? 15,000. We have given you 15,000. Carry everybody for free. Nobody should pay you. Maybe as a source of a campaign. That's a different matter. So why do local government chairmen, some of them, why do they buy transformers? Why do they do connect villages to the national grid. Why is it that NDDC buy transformers and then distribute to villages, and then you now see it when they install it, now write NDDC? Then the moment they leave, PHEDC takes over that infrastructure. How do you feel when these things happen? Why do we have light committee in our communities? Why is it that PHEDC abstains from their own responsibility? Why do we have do we have telecommunication committee in our communities? Now, let me ask the landlords. Let me ask the landlords and those in communities who form light committee and fight themselves to be light committee chairman and vice chairman and treasurer and PRO. What kind of committee is that one? Do you also have telecommunication committee? Because we use electricity, isn't it? We also make calls. That's telecommunication, isn't it? We also use banks for our transactions. Do you have bankers committee in your area? Or POS committee, since the ATMs are not all of them are distributing funds these days. So we have to now go for POS. If you take a look at all the services that Nigerians and Rivers people use, banks, telecommunication, PhD. Why is it that we don't have committees for other services that we normally use? You also have the cable TV guys. Do we have committees in our community for those cable TV guys? If you have any issue with your cable TV subscription, you go straight to the company, isn't it? And sort it out with them. You don't have any business with light committee or what do I want to call them now? Subscription committee. Is there anything like that? So for those who, I want the chairman of the light committees to call in. Why are you the chairman of light committee? What is the job of light committee? Because in as much as a lot of people have blamed PHEDC for reneging on their own responsibility, some people have also said that the communities are aiding and abetting PHEDC when they form these committees. They go house to house when a transformer is bad. Instead of writing and putting pressure on PHEDC to replace the transformer, install it and do the needful, because they will collect bill. Sure. Surely bills will be collected. For those who are metered, you will definitely buy units. The committee within this community, they will now call for a meeting and tell people to contribute money that they want to buy a transformer. And that transformer is supposed to be purchased by PHEDC because it is their responsibility. Because right here, I don't want to ask if it's their responsibility or not, because we all know it's their responsibility. But the question is, why do they renege on their responsibility? And why do we also have light committees? And then people will be forced, each flat, maybe 20,000, 30,000, in the midst of this hunger. They will pay. Those who have refused to pay, when they bring the transformer, and it has been alleged that some of these light committees have also used that means to make money for themselves, share money. That's why they fight to be chairman, vice chairman, PRO, treasurer. You hear someone say, now my turn to be light committee chairman. In a certain community now, as I speak, that I'm aware of, they are in court. Why are they in court? Who go be light chairman committee? Light committee chairman. That's why they are in court too. They are not in court because they are in court because two people are fighting who will be light committee chairman. I saw them the other day after fixing one of the transformer that has been breaking down. The transformer has been breaking down not because it is old, but because the load on it is so much. And then some people came, stole the armored cable. They have vandalized that transformer more than 3 or 4 times. The last time they said they arrested somebody. Ngwanu, you arrested somebody. What was his confession? What did he say? Piang, we didn't hear anything. Later, they stayed for a very long time without electricity. Later, we saw them buying equipment. Now they fenced the place. They fixed the transformer. The transformer is working when there's light. So I saw them going to disconnect people's. Don't forget, within all this period, people have contributed. They will fix, they will vandalize. People will contribute, fix, they will vandalize. People's money were just going like that. Now, they have fixed it this time. They fenced it, put all the protective whatever. And then they are now going to disconnect people who have refused to pay this time around. So the light committee, what is their job? Now, where does PHEDC come into this particular arrangement? Who owns that infrastructure? PHEDC. Are you aware that even when you buy your own transformer and install it, you hand over the receipt to them, to PHEDC? Now, is there a way we can also do a trade by barter arrangement? Where, okay, I bought my transformer. I'm going to hand it over to you. How much did I buy it? I spent 10 million for everything. So we'll calculate. How long will I use electricity that you will not charge me, so that you can truly have possession of that facility? Do they do that? After 1 or 2 months, they will bring bill. Does that mean that you bought transformer for PHEDC? Do we also buy telecommunication mats for the telecommunication guys? Do we also buy ATM machines for the banks? Do we also buy engines and fuel for the bus drivers? Because that's transportation. You have banking. You have telecommunication, right? These are different sectors. Then you have power, electricity. So why do communities have to fix the facility that belongs to a particular vendor who is supposed to provide services? And I gave you an instance. If you put a jingle here and you have paid for the jingle, do you have any business except if you love us so much and you say, I want to just donate something to Today FM? Do you have any business coming to buy diesel for us? Or we'll now call you, Oga, this is your jingle. We know if you play more. You say, what's the problem? You say, we don't have diesel. Waiting can't consign me now. Or the computer where we're supposed to load the jingle to play it, the computer is bad. We need computer. What's your business with Today FM not having computer? It is our responsibility to go and buy our computer, isn't it? Whichever way. If we don't have money, we say, oh yeah, give us, okay, hold this money. We will pay small. So that if we play that man jingle, so they now pay for the jingle. Is that not so? So that's how it is now, isn't it? So this is also another sector. Media is also another sector. Transportation is also another sector, isn't it? You have a bank, the banking sector, right? You have transportation sector, bus drivers. You pay, they drop you, you move. Our contract ends. So they are all vendors providing one service or the other, right? You want to do a surprise birthday for your one baby, isn't it? You pay for a cake, 50,000. You have paid for the cake. Everything, delivery, everything you've paid, isn't it? What's your business? Your business is you stay where you are. The discussion you had with the vendor, deliver this cake by so time so that they can surprise my one baby. Is that not so? And then the man now says, I have finished the cake, but there's no icing. Please, can you send money for icing? And then the cabman that is supposed to bring the cake, he said he doesn't have fuel. Please, can you send money so I can give him for fuel? And you have paid 50K for everything, both delivery. You will be mad, isn't it? You want to arrest someone. That's another sector. That's a vendor. PHEDC is also a vendor. I want to break this thing down so that you understand. So that when you call in, you know what we're talking about. Do you have banking committee in your community? ATM committee? Do you have them? Do you have transportation committee in your community? Why do you have light committees with chairman and this? We are not talking about landlords association committee. Oh, no. Light for a particular sector. You have committee for a sector. That's one. Two, why do you think PHED reneged on their own responsibility, which is to take care of their own facility so that people can have electricity and pay for it? Sometimes too, when there's no electricity and the transformer is bad, you still get bills. Are you not surprised? So I want us to discuss this matter. Then finally, how can it be solved? Now states have been given the power. Their hands are no more tied. They can now generate, distribute, transmit. So states can invest, and they don't really need to use their own money, everything to invest. They just need to set the template for investors, because electricity investment is good money. You just sleep in your house and the money keeps rolling in. You can invest in generation. You can invest in distribution equipment. If you take a look at some of the equipment, you discover that they are obsolete. So they need a replacement. Is it that the company is not making enough money to replace their own equipment for better service delivery? If they are not making so much money, why can't they close down or sell it off to someone who is ready to provide better service? Remember, they are vendors providing a certain service, providing power for users. So it's not a friendly arrangement. It is money for hand, back for ground. Why do we have all this mix up? Please join the conversation. Good evening.
Maxwell.
Wellington.
God bless you. God bless you very, very well. Maxwell, I think that is making use of thermal energy. So that's what they're using. There are other forms of energy. The local government can, you said something, you can break it. The transformers are made up of KVA. We have 240 and so on. Yes, it is. Now, you're going to buy transformer for PHED. And you can cluster this your communities in phases. Community 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll set up a solar system, we'll run community 1, 2, 3, 4. Move to another community. Community 5, 6, 7, 8. You move to, and you have great employment, mind you. You can meter a solar system, Maxwell, and work to the company. You can meter it, they can recharge it, pay for the service, pay as you go. Why can't this local government channel begin to think out of the box? You are buying transformer and people are dancing and bringing light. Can't you generate employment and generate money for your people? This is not rocket science, Master. It's doable. You have to. This thing I'm telling you, Master. Believe me, you. Some local government is collecting. Some of them, their budget now, if I'm not mistaken, is close to 600 to 700 billion. So how much does it take to cluster these communities and then generate solar energy, which is very easy for us to generate? We cannot go to thermal. Very simple thing. They are not ready to create jobs. They are not thinking out of the box. Thank you. God bless you. Wellington from Okrika.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Welcome, Dr. Patrick. Fine, great, sir.
Yeah. Is that we are like okay, the committee are there. Even union, NLC, all their parties of collective party or whatever they call them, most of them. Not just for so you render service. You are supposed to be accountable to that as you deliver the service as expected of you. You won't do it. The customer will use his money or also to charge themselves to fix it. And you will not be sued. Even when you are sued, assuming you speak like that, that the Nigerian the institutions are all dead. So the institutions that are paid is the greatest engine of the Nigerian state. And I mean institutions, judiciary in particular, which work with police. If you see medicine, PhD, whatever you call it, power holding, the strength of going to court, the lawyers can even turn the case on your head when they collect money from the other side. At the end, they are done for 10 years. That's what you do before. Sending to political people. When you look at all this, send money to banks, or I transfer money to you, they collect money from you. They can also collect from you that also tell money. Where are all those money people? They are just provide everything for ourselves. Work close by yourself. Get government is just for nobody. Government of Nigeria today. They get one for the time. As the government is getting NEPA, providing electricity poles, NEPA and wires. That's what we used to do in this country in Nigeria. We did want to provide poles, no high tension, all that in and the wire, all those high tension wire. Then the one for your house, the one you do. They cannot be it. But today, stop this house. You want to arrange pool. That company also all that. Wire is your house. They usually never come up for it. And when something happens, they will not say. People are now making something from it. People, people will sweat today, sweat tomorrow. The same electricity committee people from the board there want to do the same thing. That's because we cash out effort. Nigeria is just a jungle. That's why people say they are a safe state, even though you will say no. Say on paper, but you look at all the institutes of safe state. To relax, they say 80%. They are all domiciled in Nigeria. Because you don't know who you go to. Who do you channel their service from and all that? Do they work? Call them now, they know. Police is doing their own the road. Openly and blatantly from the road is gone. People are like.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Okay, good evening.
Archie.
Archie on the line. Thank you so much. You see, all this whole problem that you have estimated lies on the foundation. And what is that foundation? The government. Until our government, both state, local, community, federal, embrace that spirit of partnership, that spirit of oneness, that spirit of love. Until they embrace all these spirits, we shall keep suffering. Thank you, and I cut off.
Why do communities have light committee? Why don't they also have other committees? Nobody has answered that question. And they do that job with so much vigor and enthusiasm. Why? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Maxwell.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Ivano Sophie. I come from Storage Beach, Alapolo, Alafe, Ama, Obomotonshire Kingdom in Port Harcourt. Yes, you talk about why we get light committee chairman. Me, I'm a member of light committee member. I want to tell you, waiting make they always contribute money, they repair our transformer. When our transformer get bad, our way will go meet NEPA. they go say we apply. No, we apply. They go tell us say no be only we wey dey. Say other people dey before us. They go keep us even a year sef. They no go answer us. That's why you say so many times we dey endure, we dey tax ourselves. They go repair our transfer of ourselves. Now this time now waiting for my community now. Our transfer get bad. We don't write to them. They no answer us. They say make we wait. Wait till which time now? So that one now we will continue upon ourselves say no we contribute this money, go repair the transformer. We don't contribute and go repair the transformer. When they come, we give them condition. But if you go buy transformer come, then go say na their own. Or when they apply, bring transformer come, they will say they no get. Go NGDC. But when we go buy and come, once we install them, they say na their own transformer. You buy pole come, they pole na their own. So what is the benefit where we they get from the NEPA or from the PhD? We never get anything. Rather, now we they lose more and more. Like now, the telecommunication now, if your line gets bad, you go there, you go do it for you immediately. But this one, when you go, they will give you excuse. So we don't know. We are thank God say the federal government say make all states generate their light by themselves. So what we look whether this one where they don't talk whether it go better. But anytime we go for transfer, they will say go NGDC. NGDC when it goes there, you know the easy for us. So the light committee them, so the light committee they try. Not be say then they try that. One don't work out, they don't fit again. So
but sometimes they allegedly put a lot of money on people and then they eat and share money amongst themselves.
Now be their own. You know the way you do business, when you don't get light to even store your meat and other things. Because they worried.
Thank you.
If you can tell me say you are talking about it, you must find a way to get light. That's why you say we always contribute money, they buy transformer for ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Yeah, okay, Master. Good evening.
Don't know.
Don't know. Okay, Master. See this light matter. Only God, I know what thing go do to people in charge of life. You see, NEPA, they don't become whether power holding don't become light holding. Because now the people, the way that they are, now my street now they share 100 and something thousand for each landlord to pay. Say we want buy transformer. We in a month we need to see light pass 2 times. Sometimes that 2 times maybe now 1 hour. Sometimes they reach 1 hour. At the end of the day, they will give us bill. We pay for darkness, 30,000 bill. Then, light go square. You go see say NEPA no go gree on do am. They go see share for platform say make we contribute money. And say deep fuse don't cut, out fuse don't cut, this one don't cut. Now what do they hear? Everybody go contribute. They go still go beg NEPA. The same NEPA people they come pay them money to come fix them to bill us again for darkness. So me, I don't blame NEPA. Now government I blame because if they are checkmaking all these people, you will see that if we have a good active governance, you will see that all this rubbish, it will stop. But because we don't have government in Nigeria, that is why you see that all these things are happening. Nobody is checking them. They could just do, how can I go and buy transformer for them to come and build me? How can wire cut, all the wire is bad. I will be the one to go and contribute money to buy wire. Then NEPA will still come and build me at the end of the month. Then I will pay for them without light to. Not that that buy not don't fitting it, and they are going to give us the light to. They will not give us light. So I don't know who they say again. If Mr. President go support, say, make one person be a leader of PDP and APC. So where are we going to? Nigeria is disappear. They are there in the disappearing mood. So now let God now go to play and fight for ourselves.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, Max, Mr. Zion.
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening to you. Education power, housing, healthcare. You see, these four I just mentioned, it can never solve the problem. You know why? That is the only area they can use in subjugating the people to lose and sell their birthright. Now, we people, we are so greedy to the point that we can even betray each other for those people. Very few minority. Sir, a lot of streets today buy transformers themselves. A lot of people now are even paying for darkness here. What stop us? Maxwell, the Zion, 2-3 people live in a particular street. We come together. Oh boy, let us apply for solar. You know it's much cheaper. 2-bedroom flat, 8. Apply for a solar. You know it's quite cheaper than buying a transformer. We will keep suffering it. You mentioned that the federal government are given a law for power, for states to provide them power. Governor Silva move a motion to the House of Assembly to be discussed.
Which House of Assembly?
Before this issue started, at the neck of this issue, 2 documents. One is on power, the other one is on education, to the House of Assembly. When that bill was passed to law, and the document is the focus on the gas turbine in Onelga, on how to distribute power to all river states. Since we already have the gas turbine, to revoke that contract and the one in Obibo side, they did not discuss that matter. What were they interested on? Impeachment. It is where assembly that so love river states and means this problem. Okay, but we discuss this power, but we also impeach them. At least people see something to hold on. But they did not. By now, River State would have been provided independent power supply to their state. Bayelsa State have started it too, even though the thing is crawling, but even though it's crawling like ants, but the process have started. We already have the infrastructures provided by the previous administration, Peter Ordele. All what this president would have done is for regrading the system. Exist more sub-power plants for the distribution of this power, but they are busy fighting. For now, if you can afford the solar, do it, because your national grid will keep collapsing. Mr. Zion.
Thank you, Mr. Zion. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Matt.
Yes, please.
It's Harvest.
All right.
You were raising some concern about the community collecting money as a NEPA agent. I wanted to say that many things may contribute to people or community doing that job. Number one that I know is that sometimes when pole break or wire, breeze blow, and those things then collapse. If you call NEPA, you will stay for 1 year before you get light. And so community put upon themselves to do that. Though they are not doing free of charge, they have to put their own money and share their own money when doing it. But that is the only way that they can facilitate and make that thing faster to get light at the moment. When transformer break down or transformer spoil or blow, it is this same committee that will come up to put in place, bring NEPA to do that work and pay them. And from there, they put the money for the people to pay. Like in place that I lived in before in Igoeche. In fact, the youth leaders, CDC chairman, and the chiefs, it is when they contribute the money come, then they have some portion or sharing that they have. And they see existing today. It is not only that area, even security. They will tell you that they are doing security for your shop. they are doing security for your house. When month end, you will see some kind of people coming to your domo security money. You will start paying the security money, even though when your thing is lost, if you keep something by your veranda, before you come back, you will not see them. They don't take them. But people will see come to meet you at the end of the month to tell you to pay security money. The NEPA, sometimes you will not, even the committee is on the NEPA. When the thing go to some degree, you will not see light for 3 weeks. Immediately they just bring light, they will just keep the light for like 3 hours. They started collecting money. As they collect that money finish, you will not see light again. So this thing is because the responsibility, people that take the responsibility as NEPA people are not doing the job. Even as we were analyzing that they are paying them for this job, but they are not doing the job to make the people happy and enjoy what they are paying for. So that is just the thing.
Thank you, sir. Let's do this.
Good evening, Maxwell. I am Tammy in Port Harcourt. The reason why we have light committees in communities is simply because of the cascading effect of corruption. Corruption has gone so deep in this part of the world that everybody wants to grab at the slightest opportunity. You can imagine a community in court, a light committee in court for who will be chairman. I wonder where they want the judge to draw his judgment from. No, he's going to use authorities, of course, to give a judgment. What authority will he use to give a judgment? It's unbecoming. And I never thought for once that the 3 departments of power has been given to the states, generation, transmission, and distribution. It makes it easier now for our dear governor to make himself extremely popular. Yes. Get into the power sector. Into this ring road project with so much it has gulped already and nothing to show for it. It should have been, that money should be channeled to power. And you would have seen there would have been no need to advertise, come and invest in River State. Because you will see from a distance that River State is worthy of that investment. Nobody will need to tell you. So I would suggest to the governor, this is the time. And you see, these like committees, there should be a law to scrap all of them because they're not useful. You can imagine when they finish this money, they take. Go and see the transformers they manage. A transformer that should have 415 amps fuse in a unit. You will see the fuse gets burned because of loads. They will then twist wire into 3 plies and fix it there. When it overheats in the night, you see red flames. At the end of the day, it takes the load to the diffuse or it returns back to the transformer, causing damage. That is suffering, perpetual suffering because of mismanagement. And the PhD guys will see these things and then move the other way because they don't really want to work. Let our governor take charge of this sector. Let's River State come back to what it needs to be. Thank you.
Good evening, Mars. I love this topic you brought forward this evening. To be honest with you, this PHCN, Abibi, NEPA, whatever they call themselves, they are really ripping people off. We are not paying, what we are paying for is darkness, because we are not paying for light. Because if you are really paying for light, we'll be seeing the light we pay for. What we are paying for is for darkness. And I wonder why we keep repairing transformers, why individuals keep buying transformers, why NEPA are collecting NEPA bill and they are not giving light. Just like you said, everything boils down to leadership failure. The government has failed. If we have government who knows their job, who are proactive, who care about the people, they would have stopped all this nonsense. Until the government wakes up to its responsibility, this nonsense will continue to happen. Thank you. I'm Frank from Burukuri.
fact, they don't even know when there will be power supply. They can seize the line for days, few 1 or 2 hours, even if it's up to, then you stay for days. In fact, you don't even know when there will be power supply or not. Please, the government should wake up, help the citizens. We cannot be looking out for money to feed ourselves. The money that is meant to use for food, you're using it to purchase fuel all the time. It's biting hard on the citizens. Please, whoever that is in charge should help the citizens.
All right, I'll take some messages also, and then we'll wrap up the conversation. All right, this one says the problem of PHEDC is corruption. If you go and report any problem, they will say we will call you. You will wait and wait, they will not come. Then think of how much you will use to run the gen, then you contribute. Amos, thank you. Maxwell, why we are having light committee in various communities as a result of the system failure. Thank God, ability at Tuebu. Thank you very much. All right, quickly. All right, this one says, okay, you sent it twice. Hi, Max. You see this topic you just raised? These never people, they know what they are doing. A transformer will get spoiled, and the community will go to them. They will ask you to write from one office to another, turning and delaying you deliberately until you get tired. So that's the reason why light committees are formed and rest. Thank you very much. Well, I'm so sorry. That's much you can take on the show today. Thank you so much for being a part of the conversation. All right, we'll take a short break and then we'll come back for Eyewitness Reports. Please do stay with us.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Welcome back. It's now time for Eyewitness Report. Please send in your eyewitnesses, voice notes, regular messages, and co. Let's get to hear from you. Here we go. Oh, we lost that call. Please. Let's go. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mas.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. Happy New Year.
I wish the same.
Yes, this is William from Ahoda East.
Yes, sir.
My eyewitness is that in Ojabidi community in Ahoda East, a boy called Junior carrying arms. The government are looking at him. They don't even apprehend him. He went to Ojabidi community, Ojabidi and his own neighbor community, and carried transformer with NDDC brings to Ojabidi community. Bring chef loader, arms with a voice, and carry the transformer to his community and sell the transformer. Both the prominent ruler, the Asian ruler of the Ojabidi community, lie down the man. He wanted to shoot the man. These are problems in that community, in Ahoda East. And the local government chairman that was watching don't even talk. They don't even say anything. The boy parading himself with arms, collecting people's property, breaking stuff, and key people in that community have to verify. That is my eyewitness. Government have to rise up, and all those things will stop. Let them going to stop all those things. Government should stop all those nonsense in those various communities. As I'm talking to you, the local government chairman have to hear me, the governor of the state have to hear me. The boy called Junior in the Koro community now that is. that boy his phone is getting worse in that community. Government should apprehend him and arrest him and let him face the judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Hello, good evening. Good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Yes, please.
This police, now my eyewitness is this police. When you are running from Igboiche to inside Igboiche, the Jonja Junction, there's a police at the checkpoint. There, they are collecting money. After that checkpoint, either by tempo, you will see another set, better than SARS, special group. They are collecting the same money. Then when you move from that place to T Junction, the same that road is not like 10 tempo. They are still collecting money. But what that baffles me is that this money now, if you did not give them, they have to pack you and you will spend time before they will leave you to move. It's very bad though. And they collect money there early morning. When it comes to evening time, they will come and position. Every day, this morning I almost fight with one. I don't know why they are doing that. And I was asking the man, say, you really mean it to? It is do or die affair if you did not pay. Every keke boss make the keke, they must pay. Even to Okada, they must pay. Any motor that pass there, you have to stop and they will collect. That early morning. When it comes to evening time, they do the same thing. And they don't do any other job again. Those police don't have any other job to do for road than to collect money. It is SS on this road. 10 pole, after 10 pole. Every day. Tomorrow morning you will see them there. I tire you.
Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I think we are still on the NEPA issue.
Eyewitness report. Eyewitness is general. Yes, you can still bring up. If you have PhD issue that is your eyewitness, please bring it up also. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mark.
Go ahead.
My name is Engineer Joran Seleva, popularly known as Something Moskilema.
Yes, please.
Yes, Mark. My eyewitness, my area talk, though, not eyewitness. I so much thank God for the little development that is coming up in Nemoha. And I believe nothing is bringing the development than peace. Maxwell, I keep on telling people that there is no difference between 6 and half a dozen. What do I mean? There is no difference between Choba and Emowa as it stands. Only just that bridge. So there is no difference between we and Choba. But look at how development is thriving everywhere in that side. For Emowa, there is no development. Because of our, what will I call it? Because of our stupidity. Some of us, although not all of us, but majority of us are dragging Emowa backward.
But I wouldn't want you to use that word that because of stupidity, eh?
Because of some of them, not all. Not all. We have majority of them that is dragging us back. How can you tell me that somebody will be carrying stealing somebody, bringing Emowa in a bad picture? Then which adjective do you want me to qualify to such person? The person is not thinking well now. It's not all of us, although, but we have so many of them who are. So those things are bringing us back. But as long as there is peace, development is coming. I overheard last week, I think, some person shouting, hey, house rent, Max, I can tell you that if you come to my community, today, even if some persons are looking for those that will clean their yard, stay, don't pay me, but take care of my yard. Even if one room safe contain 1 bedroom flat, just stay and not be hard. Clean my yard. So many houses are like that in my community. And gradually I can see people now feeding up the houses is a welcome development. But I want to also tell those of them who are bringing them over in a bad picture, they should please stop. That is my area talk. Again, that of the NEPA, for like 4 or 5 days now, they've furnished us enough. But I know that there is no smoke without fire. Maybe there is fault along the line because they have been flashing it as those something that I'm into. I'm an electrician by profession, so I know when they flash, it does not stand like this. Maybe they are on it, doing some work. But finally, today, I'm talking to you, if you have AC for the past 1 hour, your house have chilled enough. So I want to say kudos to them later. No matter that they can't do it or the little they do, let's also appreciate them. Thank you, my dear brother, and God bless you.
You also appreciate the bus driver that carried you to Rumokuru. Good evening. Hello,
Mark.
Yes, please.
Mr. Marcos, please.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My eyewitness. Please, I want to plead with Riverside government. We know people are facing one thing or the other that can distract your attention. Don't allow it to distract your attention completely. The situation that I see some road in River State, if you continue this way the next 1-2 years, it will cost River State government more money. Let me start with the one in Romodana. If you are coming from East-West Road and you want to come to Atelare by road, as you are climbing up that little hill there, anybody living around there who hears what I'm saying will notice what I am saying. If you go to that place, if you continue, that place will be a peace in the future. If you live there, to Moba Road, there are some spots you will see that need attention, government attention. Going to local roads like Road 24 Baji, there is a place in Road 24. I think I hear a caller that I've called 2 times for that spot. That spot has been there for nearly 5 years now. I don't want to cares for that spot. I want River State government to set a body, a maintenance body that will face maintenance of River State roads, even if they are not building new roads. They are getting bad. When they get back to the walls, they can't carry it. It is time to prevent it for this. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. All right. Good evening.
Max.
Yes, yes.
Good evening to you.
Yes, please.
There is one Igbo man that sang a song. His name is late Ifeanyi Babuchi. One of the songs, he says that Bekwano Mobrogi, Bekwano Mobrogi, Onyi Ikpe. Do you know the meaning of that song? If you are a king or a chief or traditional ruler, whatever leader you are, if you are judging a matter, judge and reason. Think if it is you, will you be happy for that judgment you are giving to somebody? If it is you, if someone judge like that to you, will you be happy? What I'm saying is this: someone who is a PDP member will not be the head of PDP, will not be also be the head of APC.
Is this
Does it make any sense? Max is spending me, but it's
that one now. Leave people who want to be head of anything. Let them head now. Leave them.
Please, now the little now don't try come. I'm begging the state government, hit the ground running. Please send the project to them now. Because whenever the Mr. President travel, they will just cause small problem, so that when he comes by, he will call them to round table and they may be just to their favor. Now, it's just remaining 1 year and some months. Please, it should hit the ground running. Those communities that always complain about road light, please do something for them. Leave the rest for God. If God wants you to come back, he would, you know, the way he normally, he works in a mysterious way. But it will be bad when all this complaint and other things, with all this fight, he did not do anything again for the masses, those who I love you. It will not make sense. Please, Chokota Ikurengo Road is still like that. It should help us. We are suffered. More than 30-something years, that road has been like that. No Pope and Deche Wally. God bless you, man, for your good work.
All right, thank you. Yes, good evening. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, Obed.
Thank you very much, Maxwell.
You went to Abuja for the peace accord. Now, to find peace.
We just came back from Abuja.
Okay. Wait till I carry come peace.
Maxwell, that is not peace. I don't want to go there, please.
Okay.
President Tinubu cannot do otherwise.
No, I didn't want to go into that. I just asked because you have been away for some time.
For that reason, in Nigeria, so we wouldn't do otherwise. I am particularly concerned about the NTA road. You know, the company who I saw that was trying to fix the bad portion of where you're in Dominion City there. And I don't know if they have done it or not, but they barricaded the road for how many weeks right now, and they are causing a whole lot of inconvenience on this very road. People are made to, share one lane, and it's very, very difficult. Please, this company, come out clearly. Are you still working on this road? Because I can't even find any machine there. You understand? You just block the road, and you are causing inconvenience. People are losing a whole man hour just to pass from Obrigwe.
Hello. Sorry, sir. Nigeria problem, eh? You plenty. Everyday problem. Black man, or Guinea. Why black man get problem? Don't do road finish, open up. Ooh. If you talk now, they say you are talking against the institution. I'm not gonna carry canopy put there now.
Hello, good evening. My name is Prince Will, calling from Ebolu. My eyewitness report is about communities in Obiakpo. I don't know of River State in general. The way things are going is so painful. Let me start with the NEPA. In my area at Ebolu, there is about 4 streets that are using one transformer. We pay NEPA bill every month, and every month the transformer will fix it. It has become a habit. It's a collaboration between the NEPA guys and the community boys. Each month, as soon as they will repair the transformer, they will bring us bill. As soon as we pay, 2 days later, they say the transformer is spoiled. Now, as I'm talking to you for about 9 months now, we don't have light. Our transformer, we don't know if they have sold it. We don't know what is going on with our transformer. And these things are happening, and the elders and the chiefs, they are watching. The only time you see the chiefs come on radio to complain is when the boys start dealing with them. But some of the shady things they do within the community, they give them support because the boys in return bring returns to them. And at the end of the day, they will all smile. Even to the OSPAC, I don't know the purpose of bringing in OSPAC. They don't even do anything apart from they go to the main road, they collect money from KK drivers and some motorists, and that is all they do. And these things are that they are happening in our communities, and the elders and the chiefs of this community, they watch these things. Even the police see these things going on, they just keep quiet. My dear brother, I'm so fed up with the kind of things that are happening in our environment, the kind of activities that are going on is uncalled for. Please, the state government should look into these things and handle them. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Lucky.
Archie
from Element. Thank you so much. My eyewitness today, I visited this SARS market. Please, these people that are selling meat, those butchers, why are you people messing up that SARS market? Every evening like this, you will carry your dirty, smelling meat water and pour in that way. That most of people that are using like a please, the management authority, your chairman, monitor that market, the market master, please look over that market. Clearly, those butchers, those people that are selling cows there, along the road there, they are messing up that road completely. Even time like this, you cannot pass there, that axis, whether you are driving or you are walking. Thank you so much, Ash.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, Robin Matter.
Lucky Maxwell. Good evening. God bless you and bless you there, sir. Lucky Maxwell. Yesterday I called and I talked about eyewitness report. Olokuma community in Ekpe in Ahoda East has never had light. Olokuma community. Oshobele. Difficult terrain. No road. And I called on the chairman of Ahoda West Local Government Area, who is an Ekpe man, to show interest in bringing succor to the people of these communities. After all, we here in Eche, Chima Njoko, the honorable chairman, bought 2 graders and is telling what is difficult about that now. Life is about copy and paste. Let the chairman of Ahoda West Local Government Area and a son rise up to the occasion and put smiles on the people of Olokuma and Oshobele. Lucky. Yesterday, I visited my senior friend in Eche, Aba Road. And I saw with my eyes that was degraded. A machine bought by Chief and Joko, the local government chairman. The road now can be accessed from Igbo Junction straight to...
they upgraded that road?
It's graded. It's been graded.
Oh, finally.
Yes, I saw it with my eyes. It's graded by the Eche local government. You can drive through, as I speak to you, from Igbo Junction straight to Chokota, Umuchoko, Ikurengo, Umebule. You get to Oyibo. It has been graded. But much more than that, because of the oil wells in the area, the governor of Rivers State, please, it's not my duty to beg as a citizen. Please, bring succor to the people there. Don't be distracted, but you have always told us not to talk. It's my Oga. You and your Oga do not owe Rivers State. The people owe Rivers State. Put smiles on the people of Rivers State. Go and attend to that road and clear that road from there to that place. And again, before I drop, it's 2 years. I'm still crying. You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I am submitting that my land still stand grabbed. I'm still crying as an old man. I'm climbing my 6th floor. My land still remain grabbed. The governor of Rivers State, whoever, should come to my aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Yes, one of the people.
Welcome, sir.
Marvin, once again. Sometimes I marvel who will help us in this country called Nigeria. What I saw, let me explain. I was at Rumola waiting to get a vehicle to Agri Road. All of a sudden, a lady ran across over the flyover, was shouting, my phone, look at the boy on my phone. And we saw one boy running. He was on this thing, black, short knicker and a t-shirt. And he also hung one fine bag like that, putting on cap. Do you know that most of these people that are into one chance, they also dress well, you won't know. They are only just to enter vehicle looking for a way to get something from people. So this woman was shouting, Tifo, hold him, my phone is with him. Now when the guy saw that he has been overpowered by a crowd, he ran towards the direction where police people were stated at under the bridge. So for safety, for people not to lynch him. So he now gave the phone to the police people. The police people asked him, who are you? The woman said he's the one that collected my phone. He denied that, no, I didn't collect any phone. It was the driver that gave to me. Finally, he accepted that he collected the phone. One yellow fever, this traffic warder came and slapped him that he has been seeing this guy in this town. That this boy is the one that collected the phone. The guy accepted that he collected the phone. I was expecting that these police people will take this guy to Kala. Do you know what they did? They slapped the guy, asked the guy to sit down. The woman also said the 5,000 was inside the handbag. Can you imagine that? They now gave the phone to the woman and asked this woman to go. The woman was saying, our money. They sacked the guy. They didn't see any money with the guy. They said the woman should go. Since she has seen her phone, she should go and leave the money. Let her go that they will deal with it. I stood there that I let me see the end of this case matter. We know that these police people, they look at this guy, they look at the cap. The cap he was wearing was a nice cap. One of the policemen removed the cap. Look at his neck, saw chain, he removed the chain. He checked the guy and waist, saw the bed was very nice. He removed the bed. He looked at the palm. He was about to take the palm. He said, no. He now looked at the bag that the guy was hanging. He said, let him bring the bag. He searched the whole bag. There was no money. All what they saw was all those smoking things and lighter and this thing. They removed all those points on the ground and collected the bag. Do you know that they let this guy go? This guy, notorious guy, this guy is almost clocking 40 years. They let this guy go under my watch. Someone that has been killing people, been terrorizing people under my watch. They let this guy to go. That impaired me to the extent. I now met one of the policemen. I said, okay, I was expecting you people to take this guy to the police station. They said, if I'm making go, no, not the other boys now, they're winning. I said, can you just imagine? That is why when I keep on saying, I'm no longer comfortable in this country called Nigeria. You people will think I'm joking. See, we are talking of light. Where there is light, there is no, you will see evil there. Evil will not be because there's light. That is why they deliberately allow the power sector to collapse, all the sector to collapse so that we continue to remain in this darkness, this evil enclave. That is why
it's okay. Nigeria is not an evil enclave. Eh? Good evening.
Good evening, Lord Maxwell.
Yes, please.
Yes. This is Tony calling you from Port Harcourt.
Yes, sir.
Please, I want to talk about NEPA. The way they are treating roommate people. I am even surprised if roommate people, they don't feel the way I feel. I'm a person here, yes. But I am surprised the way they are being treated. Do you know that NEPA will stay and say they will not bring light? Maybe if they are coming to cut light or coming to ask for bill tomorrow, they will flash the light this evening. As they flash the light, yes, 2 hours. If it will stay up to that, then they will take the light. The next day you see them with ladder. I want to ask, what kind of corrupt company is this PHED, or what do they call them? That these people cannot buy wire. They cannot buy or the insulator. They cannot buy transformer. They cannot buy pole. People will get all these things. What kind of business are they doing? That they don't invest, they only reap. People will get all these things for themselves. And these people will still come to collect bill. Even give them the light, which people are even ready. People don't even mind if they are the ones buying all these things. But let us be seeing that light. In this period that there's much heat, everybody will see heat rashes because there's much heat. NEPA cannot give you light. But at the end of the month, which bill are you coming to take? This is the reason why these people could not give meter to people. Even since federal government passed it to law, or what do they call it, that all the households should be meterized, these people refused. But at the end, they will come and give you estimated billing. If you see what they give people, you will shout, what is the point these people are using? What is the capacity of the equipment they are using that will amount to this? And these people will be happy collecting this money from people, eating for what they did not work. I think I am highly disappointed in the state I come from, in the country I come from. Nigeria is something else. Please, I am not happy.
Yes,
and
even though there are leadership lapses. But thank you, sir. For Nigeria, you and I are Nigerians, right? Good evening.
Hello,
Go ahead.
I'm Coach Andy.
All right.
Maxwell, I heard about somebody talking about the grading of Speche Road. I want to tell them that grading of that road is not, grading it alone is not enough. It's not what we are asking of. What we are asking of that road is for them to walk that road standard for us. Because those communities are host communities. They have oil well. Shell is there sucking the oil. From Umebli, Kurengwo, Ibeche, those communities you see there, they are rich. They are rich. So I am using this opportunity to call on the local government chairman, Njoko, Chima Njoko, Honorable Chima Njoko, and the Shell, and the governor of this river state, and whoever that is in charge that will walk that road solid. Let them come in and start, because grading of that road will make it worse. Just when the rain started raining now, Mars, go and see what will happen in that road. Go and see how bike and motor will be sinking in that road. You that is using leg, you cannot even where to enter, where to pass. You will be walking through people's backyard. And moving through people's backyard, causing problems. You will see fight. The owners of the compound will not allow you to pass. They will be blocking things, carrying stone to block. And if you dare remove any of the stone or any of the things, they will beat you to death. So, grading that road is not enough. I want also to use this opportunity to beg the state government or whoever that is in charge to think about giving state secondary school in this area that I will mention now. Do you know that from Express, Umeblu Junction to Ibeche, where you will get state secondary school is only in Ibeche. Umeblu 1, Umeblu 4, Umeblu 2, Umeblu 3, and all the rest. There is no state secondary school. You will see how children are suffering, trekking from that place, coupled with the road that where are they going to? Ibeche State Secondary School. So they should look into it and give state secondary school inside that place so that we reduce the suffering of the students. Students are suffering enough. The citizens in these communities are suffering. We are suffering with everything. So they should look into it. And also, I want to beg the government or whoever to come and eradicate this land grabbing that is chasing people out, that is making people not to come and develop in these communities, that is chasing people because this land grabbing is too much within these areas. To the extent that my own half plot I bought, they grab us and still threaten me on what they will do to me. Even though when I'm not going after them, they collected it and they are still threatening me of what they will do. So this is what I have to say. I don't have power to fight to collect, but I've leave it for God. If it is good, let God judge. If it is not good also, let God judge. The person that sold the land for me said that he sold the land for me. He has finished eating money, so he cannot do anything. But since I have my documents, I should go to court now. I don't have money to go to court. It's not person that will have money that will go to court. But if you go to court, you will not. Because these people now, they have sponsors. They have people who are giving them what they want. So that for them to now, last time I had somebody say that there is no.
Thank you.
What is it called?
Thank you, sir.
Land grabbing again. It's still on, but they are calm now. For now, watching.
All right.
So thank you, Mas and Coach.
Good evening. Hello. Good evening. Yes, go ahead. Good evening.
Marshall.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Peter. Peter from Oyibo. Do you know that today there was a heavy rain that fell in Oyibo? I wanted to assess matters I got to Mbano Junction. There's no way. I have to go back. No vehicles are not crossing, no way. Except you go through express. That to follow the old road, no way. We have a local government chairman, he's sitting local government chairman, who is loyal to someone who has a godfather somewhere, has nothing to do with that place. How much does it cost the local government that collect money every month? He has a person there with his convoy of escort. He will throw his face one side as if he is sleeping, and he is from the local government. He's not a foreigner now. Can you see what these politicians are doing? Well, it is only God that will judge them all. It's only God. Once upon a time, that great emperor, the voice of God,
Thank
and he
you,
was taking
Peter.
the glory. God, look at him.
We've heard your
and push
eyewitness.
him out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris. To tell you the truth, what my eyes see today is even more than eyewitness. You know that I waited to see light today. I go and select beans and pour it inside water, waiting to use the NEPA to cook the beans. Up till now, I never see NEPA. Don't know why Nigerian power holding will be treating people like this. And I don't know why I repeat for Nigeria by this time. If not be one thing, say that me, the person where they know, I for do some of the things where they say if I do them, people go here and they say, now you do this thing. Would you believe that NEPA, like this thing that you're talking about, NEPA people, they connive with his community boys and the community life this thing. When they remove fuse, they will not come. What they will do after collecting money, they will not call them, they come and share that money. That's the reason why I refuse to join them on that community life something. That's what they are doing in the community. What they will be doing, some of the landlord and some of the indigenous and the other people where their amount to reach, they're not going to collect money. They're not going to allow them to pay. So that is what is going on. You see that life, this same community. They know what they are using it to do with the NEPA power holding.
Thank you.
That's their job they are doing there. So it will not stop until government put eye for there. It's some people's business.
All right.
That's their business.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, hello, Maxwell.
Don't know in the building.
You see what this last caller just said, when I was living in town, there are some certain senior men, they don't used to pay light bills. But you see, we will not be anything now. NEPA will carry out the whole problem within Nigeria for our head. And we they pay. But they know what they do. Well, they can come to this side now where I did for Eneka, where I did live. Waiting NEPA they do us, my God. Sometimes I will look this country like a God. I think God will come down from heaven and fight for us. There is no time God will come down to fight for us. Now we go stand down. For streets where we dey like this, where you go there for a whole 1 month, maybe they flash you light, maybe 30 minutes or 20 minutes. Your tank itself never even full. They don't take the light. My fridge, now, I don't feel remember when my wife took something we put for fridge or freezer. No, I don't feel remember. Then I see one video where Minister of Power, they talk say, even we not even pay enough for the darkness where would they complain of. Say we are supposed to pay more for the darkness that they are giving us. That Nigeria is not paying more for paying for the darkness that we go see on fridge keep. And even if light no day, fridge go just day on, AC go day on, and AC go they work without light. Fridge they work without light. You know, sometimes when these our leaders they talk, and I see say God, how they come out for this country called Nigeria? How? Other countries know they, Ghana know they, make it South Africa. My parents don't see South Africa to come out from that side. I don't know, because for my street like this, sometimes I mean they follow them for whole ground. I say we don't get like, don't climb that pole. The fact no enter this my clothes at all. Only me go they put with them. My neighbors them, when they people like this, they go run enter inside like run. So me, I don't be Jesus Christ. We go die for the whole world. I go only protect my own side. And when everybody don't pay, they go say, oh God, why people say no let you they fight with NEPA for you every time? Why people say no let you they do that? Other people they
thank you, no.
If we no right, fight for our right. This country no go better.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, Max.
Yes, sir.
Max, sometimes I begin to wonder, all this talk, shout, these people, they know they hear us. I be them, they live for another world. I don't know why these people are so wicked that to an extent that
hello,
listening to us. I think now these are our leaders. So I imagine them. Honestly speaking, I must tell you, I don't know human beings. What these men they carry through their heart that even all this cry, they just behave as if nobody is talking to them. Oh, I pity them honestly, because I know that what goes around turns around, and the day of judgment is coming.
Thank you. Lutelga says, good evening, Max. Eyewitness, free education is not free. My daughter in JSS2 Okrika National Secondary School, they asked to pay for exam and maintenance fee, all 6,500. My eyewitness is about Obiakpo LG identification letter. The way those working at the office are treating the application of indigents of Obiakpo is alarming. You apply for identification letter, but the time you will go for the ID letter, you discover that even your application document had missed from the office. And you see so many people complaining of the same matter. Their attitude is very unprofessional. Please, Chairman of Obiakpo, put a check on those working under you. Azunda from Rupoku. Thank you. Tell the River State government, NDDC, Chief Tony Kocha, and MOILJ chairman to come and give the good people of Ubimini internal roads, new transformer, and street light. Bright, thank you. Maxwell, my eyewitness is on the crisis in the state. Thank God, these are not the eyewitness now. I leave those people do piece number 1, piece number 2, piece number 3, piece number 4. Before they will do reach 7 piece accord. You're going to Guinness Book record. Good evening. Yes, go ahead.
Maxwell, good evening, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, this my eyewitness is about 3 points. That 3 point is 1. During this past December, firstly, my name is the wonderful boy, calling from Rumolime.
All right.
Yeah, this past December in Rumolime, specifically in Import Village, we never got light one day. But NEPA sent to every one of us 22,500 bill. They have sent it to us 22,500. We never enjoyed that one day during the Christmas. That is 1. Number 2, I don't know, as they have sold the NEPA office to company. If the company is here to overlook and grab our money only, they don't give us service. Let the government know what they will do now and take it away from them and say to another people again. That is number 1. Number 2, there is something worrying my heart so much. Please, if the governor is hearing us now, or if he has agents who relate to him, or you in particular can relate to him, please let him give law so that our baby girls, our girls on the street will not be moving back naked. I beg, think they shame me. They touch my heart.
All right.
State, in the whole River State, our children are moving naked. Is it not shameful? Let him
So what do you want the
law.
governor to do?
Let him enact law one day. Not just enact law. So if they see them, maybe arrest them and bring them to
All right. Thank you, sir.
Please. Hello?
Yes.
That is one.
Thank you.
That's number two. Number three is that police, I think, on the highway should be converted to revenue collectors for the state government. They should be converted to revenue collectors. Because we don't know whom they are giving account of that money they are collecting every day on the highway. They should be converted to revenue collectors for the local governments so that we don't say they will do work. And let them leave their normal police work. Thank you.
Thank you. That governor make you do road, pay this thing, do normal issues first before we arrest people they waka naked. We have not sorted out electricity issue, road issues. Some roads are bad, salary, gratuity, and those are the major issues. Anybody, naked people, that governor come begin arrest. I beg, follow me on Facebook. Lucky Maxwell. It's advanced societies, that's where they will start attending to all those kind of issues. Yeah. People have not even seen food to eat. Let them address the issue of hunger, electricity, infrastructure, rule of law first. We'll start talking about all those other ones. On Facebook, it's LUCKYMAXWELL. That's the this thing. All right. So follow me on Facebook. Then on Instagram at LuckyMax Maximum 1, on X at LuckyMax234. Good evening.
Vanity, oh vanity, vanity, all that we have is vanity. One day it shall come to pass. Vanity, oh vanity.
wife of more than 50 years. So things happen like this. People after marriage of 30 years go their separate ways. You'll be wondering what happened, and that's what is going on in basketball now. But concerning that meeting, I was not there. Thank God you've explained that. I wasn't there. All I've heard is hearsay. The ministry didn't make any statement to say this is what we told them to do. This is so it's hearsay. What I understand has been said is okay. These people are agitating for election, brief us, and they are briefed. Then I said, okay, the board should work out a roadmap to the election. So first, they're supposed to call a board meeting. The way it's done. Then the board from the board meeting, they will now call Congress. It's the Congress normally by the Constitution that will now decide the date for election and then the venue and all that, the modalities. And so that is where they are now. So first, the board meeting has to be called and be held. So when now is what I don't know, but I heard it will come up. So they will do the board meeting. That was what the thing said, board meeting. And then from board meeting to Congress. And then from Congress, they cannot decide election. If Congress and they will not decide the date and schedule for the election. That is where we are now. So whenever the board meeting is called, then I think the other ones may now follow.
Thank you, Pius Ayuno. Well, what I set out to achieve with this interview with you as someone who has been on the inside for so long was to make Nigerians understand why this infighting in basketball is not ending. It's been there like forever. UK Umar, after UK Umar, it was TJ Umar. After TJ Umar, two friends, best of friends. There was a third person, and that's we have our brother, the vice president of basketball in Nigeria, and that's Babs Ogwade joining them as it were. So three jolly good friends came together, started as best of friends. But let me go back to UK Umar, TJ Umar, Konesam, and all the rest. You said it was a matter of principle. Can you define principle before I will come back to why three friends are now at Decathlon?
I got it. If you check in all the arguments, disagreements in basketball since UK Umar's time, Konesam has been a recurring figure there. He has been in all of them, supported Kida all through first tenure and then second tenure. The fact that when I said principle, I wasn't saying that that I saw it as true. I said they saw the Konesam and Kida, they saw that one as matter of principle. The things they went against TJ, I think the first election they stepped away, the first step for TJ because it looked like the ministry wanted him, they stayed away. But the second election, the second term, they felt they were cheated out because they had won all the people around. This person came in as a government nominee. They had won all the people around, and then they just felt they saw how by one rule or the other they eliminated all their candidates, posted them, reposted them. People who were supposed to vote for them, they just changed everything overnight. So they just felt cheated, and I think that was what caused the problem. They felt cheated. They just felt that they snatched. That was all they battled for. But for this one too, that's ongoing now, I think we'll always forget the first thing that we should be talking about is the sports ministry. And the people who created that problem, they are still around all over the place. Some are still in the ministry. So when they even talk about this thing, now the argument is supposed to end in January. The election is supposed to be end in January. It's supposed to be in October. Yes, both sides can defend what they have. Oh, we're inaugurated in Benin. But also, the inauguration in Benin, was it accepted by the sports minister? The answer, I would say it publicly, is no. He didn't accept that. And yes, they may have been functioning, but the truth is that he didn't accept that. And all I see now is because they've had other issues, and that's why this thing is public part. If they were united, they will all flow to that October. That's the way I see it. But everything has been about ego. That is the true truth. The ego, I'm supposed to be this, I can't buy for this one should buy for me. Mostly ego. But in terms of this one that is current now, election should be this time, election no. Yes, both sides can present their own, but sports minister that request this thing, he and his team, whoever advised him, the people who advised him are still making it look like the basketball people allowed him. No, they didn't allow him. He forced himself on them. I know I saw a document somebody showed me in Abuja reminding me that the basketball federation had not been inaugurated. In this was about April that they are not been inaugurated. And so if the ministry was saying they were not been inaugurated, that's the thing now. So it goes back, they created this confusion. Because if they say they thought they have inaugurated the beginning and you are in April and say they've not been inaugurated, that's why it's like this. Because they were not functioning exactly with free hand. So those are the things. I don't know why we just leave out the sports ministry in this thing. They created this problem. If they allow them to do, we won't have this argument over this and that. And that is what is bringing issue to where a basketball game that we all enjoyed and loved and made money out of it. Now there's nothing to make out of it. I'm pained, really.
Past, there are two questions here. First and foremost, if the Nigerian Basketball Federation under Musa Kida says the election will take place in October because that was when we were inaugurated, that was when we started functioning as a body that runs basketball in this country. Number two, what do you think should be the solution? What do you think the ministry can do or the National Sports Commission can do to end this crisis, unending crisis in basketball in Nigeria? Musa Kida is the chairman of the board of the NMPC. So he's a big man, retired as a deputy director Total. We know Colonel Sam Amedu, a self-made man. He stays in America, he doesn't stay in Nigeria anymore. And these are not poor people as it were. So what is the way out of all of this?
I would have suggested that they sit with the sports ministry people. This one says they has a proof that they were inaugurated in January. The other one said October. If they can tender documentations or videos or whatever to prove their point, and then legally the law will follow the person that's right, that has the documented evidence that they were actually inaugurated so date, and that's where the tenure ends. Because we know that there are some states that we don't do election the same time with other people because they went to court that they were denied time, and then the court had to restore their time, like Anambra now, under P2B then. But for now, if we allow this acrimony to go on like this, and then there's a handover of power, I'm sure the thing could continue. Well, we'll have to end this thing this year because sponsors can be comfortable in an atmosphere of acrimony. No, it cannot be. So what is uppermost now is, I don't agree, it's ego thing now. So we just have to find people who can appeal to them. But as he said now, when the board meeting comes and we'll call the Congress, if the majority say, okay, let's leave this into October or let's do it in May, maybe we'll find the middle way. This one says January, this one says October. So January, February, March, then October, September, August. So probably we'll end up in July, if that is the middle way to end it for them, so that we can have rest. Halfway here, whatever. Because this in more is now ego trip now. I want to take you down. No, it's my right to say the end. And both things, so if you want to go that way, whoever has the best document will stay. We just, if the truly Kida has every evidence, then we shouldn't force him out. I prefer that he goes, shake and hand over to the next person, so that the next person will start fully. We don't have to continue like this. So let them not stampede him out of office. If he feels stampeded out of office, and we know that some of the things coming in now, he is the one holding the yam and the knife, we'll go back to square one again. So let's do this thing, end it amicably, so that the basketball in Nigeria will benefit from it.
I agree with you 100%, Pius. Thank you so very much for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Wow. Many thanks to you, Pius. He's a pastor who loves sport. Before being a pastor, he was talking sport and writing sport. Basketball, how to have peace, enduring peace in a game that we all love. Thank you again, Pastor Pius Ayino, for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin A. Nakanat. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that lives here.
Hey, me no baro no buko man, me no baro no bopare man. The Lord we are serving is a lover of praises, and He does wonders through praises. Yes, baile. Yes, baile. Oh, our God is so merciful. Wayare nateya boket. Wayare nateya boket. Wayare nateya boket. Enana iteboji. When men bow to you, that makes you a star. And when stars bow to you, that makes you a superstar. Listen, when God exalts you, men will consult you. And when heaven back you, everything will bow for you. Heed ye, when your cloud is full, your rain must fall. No wonder in 1 Samuel 16, 1-13, no king was found among the 7 sons of Jesse until the David in number 8 came. Listen, as God is special among metals, may God distinguish you among men. Music. Your life is a blank life. My God, you are not an error. My dear, you are not a practical, and you are not an experiment. You are fearfully and wonderfully made to fulfill the wonderful purpose Evangelist Edio, it is your turn. Wait. Personal accomplishment is a product of personal investment. Therefore, General GOT, Evangelist Mrs. Lucia, King Solomon, Ebruke and Ayubo, let us do all we can to give God our best in praise. The Lord who came and sacrificed his life for me is my Ebenezer.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome to the Thrill on this dial. My name is Rona Agbara. Is anyone enjoying the High Life song I played earlier? That's from, Delta State. Yeah, particularly that first one. And even this one I'm playing at the moment. Yeah, so let's just do a little from that region, songs on the show tonight. And before I bring in what I have or what we'll be talking about tonight, by the way, how you doing? I hope that you're good. I don't know, why is it a thing with us, especially us Nigerians? Why do we have this mind of something bad happens first before we take measures? And I'm not just talking about a particular set of people. I think it's a general thing at this point that people only become cautious and take caution when something bad has happened or something bad happens. At that point, everyone becomes very careful, very cautious, and become even more alert. Why can't we be cautious, apply caution, or take caution even when something bad has not happened? As a normal person, you should be careful about certain things. You should take caution on certain things. You shouldn't wait until tragedy strikes before you take that into consideration. But I really don't know why we are like that. Let's say that there is a news about a gas explosion. You would see that for a period that news is going around, in the media. People will become very careful about their gas cylinders, their gas cookers, their electric cookers. People will become very careful and take caution. They'll start avoiding things that might trigger a gas explosion. They'll start doing things that will be safe. They start doing things that will not, make inflammable things flare up. After the period of that news or that media tragedy or something that happened, people go back to normal and start living their lives normally without taking caution anymore. That applies to every other aspect or area. Let's say there's a news today about maybe an an accident, a car runs into another car or something, maybe on the road, you see that period that the news is on, people become very careful and cautious when they're driving. They start obeying traffic rules. They start, being careful on the road, applying safety measures and cautions when they're on the road. But the moment that news expires or fades off, or people are no longer talking about it, you realize that people now go back to default settings and start living their lives anyhow. I can't even begin to mention examples of things that happens that are bad news or tragedy that people start becoming very careful. Why do we have to wait till there is a problem or a bad news or something happens or there is worst case scenario, death, before we become very careful? It's along the lines of what we're talking about tonight. And it's also part of the question that I'll be asking. Why do we have to wait until tragedy strikes before we take preventive measures? Couldn't we have taken, or can we not just take preventive measures even if there is no evil or no bad thing or no tragedy happening, just to be safe? The saying that it's better to be safe than sorry. Because for real, in reality, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
The Lord we are serving is a Lord, and He does bow to you. My dear, you are not a practical, and you are not an experiment.
All right, let's get into what we have on the thrill tonight, and it's about the matter of the the singer who died from a snake bite, complications from snake bite. That's what we're talking about tonight. And there is a call from the Senate, and this is coming 3 days after the death of that Abuja-based singer who died from complications from a snake bite. So let's read that and know what really is on the news as regards that one. The Senate right now, they're calling, or they're seeking for the enforcement of guidelines on life-saving antidotes after the singer's death. Now, the Senate are coming together and they're making a call for guidelines on life-saving antidotes. I mean, anti-venoms and other antidotes that can be used for saving lives in cases of snake bites, scorpion bites, bee stings, and every other bite that can lead to death. Now, the Senate calls comes 3 days after the musician died from complications of a snake bite. I mean, the news is everywhere of the Abuja-based singer who died from a snake bite. She suffered a snake bite from her home in a residence. I mean, the news is everywhere. How that she was beaten by a snake, taken to a pharmacy for first aid, and then rushed to a hospital. And allegedly, right, they did not have all of the antidotes needed, all the antivenoms that she needed to, get well or get better or get past it. And so, from complications of the snake bite or from the snake bite, she died. That's a sad one. But, I mean, it's been on. The Senate has called on the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to develop and enforce national guidelines mandating minimum stock levels of essential antidotes and emergency medicines in designated public and private hospitals across Nigeria. The resolution followed the consideration of motion sponsored by Senator Adebule Idiat Oluranti, which drew attention to the urgent need for the federal and state government to guarantee adequate stocking, availability, and access to life-saving antidotes and emergency medicines nationwide. While presenting the motion, Idiat, a former Lagos State Deputy General, noted that Nigerians continue to witness an increase in medical emergencies, including snake bites, scorpion stings, poisoning, and drug overdoses, and other forms of envenomation. Lawmakers described the incident as tragic and avoidable, stating that it exposed serious gaps in emergency preparedness and the availability of antidotes in public and private hospitals across the country. As part of its resolutions, the Senate called on health regulatory authorities to make the stocking of essential antidotes a mandatory requirement for the licensing, registration, and renewal of accreditation of hospitals, private hospitals, while also ensuring adequate budgetary provisions and efficient supply mechanisms for public hospitals. The Senate also directed the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation Agency, NOAA, to embark on nationwide public sensitization campaigns on the importance of prompt hospital presentation after snake bites, poisoning, and other forms of envenomation, as well as the dangers associated with delayed medical treatment. Owangene, an Abuja-based singer popularly known as Naya, passed away after suffering a snake bite at her residence on Saturday. She was said to have rushed herself to 2 different hospitals for urgent medical attention, but was reportedly left untreated due to the alleged unavailability of anti-venom at both facilities. Really sad one there. And at this point, it's starting to feel like, it's starting to look like there has to be a tragedy first before preventive measures will be taken. The question is, do we have to experience tragedies first in our country, in our nation, in our states, in our communities, before preventive measures will be taken? Do we have to experience a death of somebody, loss? I don't even know the word. Okay, worst case scenario is death, or maybe amputation of an infected body part. Maybe someone's leg was amputated or hand amputated because of they needed antidotes or treatment for a certain emergency, and public hospitals and private hospitals could not provide those essential treatments at the time, and because of that it led to a loss of life, or maybe amputation of someone's arm or leg or any other part of their body before preventive measures will be taken. I mean, it's sad that something has to happen first before calls will start coming in, calls for preparedness for emergency cases. Because now, I mean, the death of this singer has kind of created an awareness that a lot of persons now are very aware and cautious of, snake bites. This is something that we have to be careful about. I mean, I've been seeing posts all over the news about how to prevent snakes getting into your houses, your apartments, your stores, your rooms, how to if you're bitten by a snake, the first thing to do. I've seen posts all over the news how to mobilize and immobilize the part of the body that you get a bite, maybe a snake bite or a scorpion bite or a bee sting or whatever emergency that you need to do. There are so many cautious do's and don'ts all over the news now because somebody has died, quite to an extent, quite a popular person has died from snake bites. Why do we wait for tragedies to happen first before we become cautious, before we take preventive measures, before we start putting out things that we're supposed to have on a regular? Why is that so? I mean, the Senate's calling now that, there should be okay.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Yes, we know that the hospital where she was taken to, they debunked the information. They said that she was given anti-venom but the spread had gone very far into her brains. I mean, the hospitals where she was taken to, they debunked that the news of no availability of anti-venoms. They said that she was given anti-venoms. I'm trying to clarify that, right? She was given anti-venoms, but at the time she was administered that anti-venom, the venom had already spread to all major parts of her body, and it has spread into her brains. And, at the time she was brought to the hospital. But that's not really the focus I'm, putting on right now. The thing is, the Senate calling for public hospitals and private hospitals that there should be availability right now of anti-venoms and treatments for emergencies, that they should stock up the hospitals with important treatments for emergencies like a snake bite, a scorpion bite, bee sting, poisoning, and drug overdoses and other forms of envenomation. And the Senate also calling now that the license, before public hospitals and private hospitals will be given license to practice, they are saying right now that this should be a way of measuring if they are worth giving the license to practice. As part of its resolution, the Senate called on health regulatory authorities to make stocking of essential antidotes mandatory. I mean, the Senate are calling now that it should be mandatory. It should be a mandatory requirement that every public hospitals and even private hospitals, before they're given license, they should have stock up essential antidotes in the hospitals before they're given license, before they are registered, and before they can get renewal of accreditation, both private hospitals, and the likes. And they're also saying that they should ensure that there's adequate budget provisions and efficient supply. These antidotes, availability of these antidotes in public and private hospitals should be made available, and there should be budget and provisions for it. This call is coming now, and it's somehow related to the news of the Abuja-based singer who died, right? The question is, do we have to wait for emergencies to happen? Do we have to wait for tragedies to occur before we take preventive measures? Why should preventive measures not be taken on a regular, even when nothing has happened, even when no tragedy has occurred? That's the question on the matter. It's so sad that she died because of the complications from the snake bite. I mean, before she got to the hospital, the venom had already spread all over her body, right into her brains. It spread into her brains, and so it was almost like already too late before the venoms and every other treatment was administered to her. If maybe she had gotten there earlier, or if she had gotten it earlier, maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't have led to the loss of her life, right? There's that. But the ultimate question is, should we wait for emergencies or tragedies to happen before we become cautious and become, prepare for emergencies and now have these things and treatments that we need? I mean, if someone is rushed into a hospital today and they say, food poisoning is also something, as it's an emergency, food poisoning, or maybe any other poisoning, and they say, this person was rushed to this hospital, is there an assurance that such a person, there is the availability of anti-poisoning treatment or whatever it is they need to administer to that person to ensure that life is saved? Is there an assurance or guarantee that if someone is bitten by or stung by a bee or a scorpion right this minute, and the person is rushed to a hospital for treatment, is there a guarantee or is there an assurance that such a person, it will not lead to the worst case scenario of death? They will not lose their lives. Is there a guarantee that such treatments or antidotes for scorpion bites, for emergencies like bee stings, snake bites, food poisoning, overdose of drugs, Is there an assurance that there is availability of these antidotes and treatment for cases like this? It's a good call the Senate are making now that they should ensure that there's budget for these antidotes. They should be stocked. Every hospital, public and private hospitals, should be stock up. They should have all of these antidotes and treatments available at any point in time. As a matter of fact, they're saying that it should be a prerequisite for their license. Before you're given a license, you need to have mandatory antidotes like this for emergency cases. That's a good call. It also brings us to the question of, do we need to wait for emergencies, for tragedies to happen before we take preventive measures and caution? There's a post I saw also about how to prevent snake bites, snakes entering into your house. Why is it that because someone has died of snake bite, that's why this whole sensitization and awareness is now out there in the open? I saw a post of do's and don'ts for snake bites and bites that are related to that. Keep the person calm, immobilize the bitten limb, remove tight items, get to the hospital first, note the symptoms, identify the snake from a distance or the scorpion or whatever it is that beats the person. Do not suck up the venom, do not apply a tourniquet, do not use ice or chemicals, do not cut the wounds, do not delay. All of these posts all over the news now because a tragedy has happened. Someone died from snake bites. That's the question I'm asking. But let's go on a 5-minute song break. By 9:45, I'll be back to take your reactions and opinions on the matter. I mean, what you think about this call of the Senate now, calling that there should be arrangements and things should be done in this regard for public hospitals and private hospitals as it regards emergencies like this, snake bites, scorpion bites, overdose, and every other emergencies that could happen at the moment. When we come back from that song break, we would start taking calls and text messages. All right, trying to open the phone lines to have conversations on the matter. What do you think about the call of the Senate saying that public and private hospitals should now they should stock up on antidotes and antivenoms and emergency treatments for cases like snake bites, scorpion bites, bee stings, overdose of drugs, food poisoning, or any other form of poisoning, that before public and private hospitals will be licensed, they should ensure that there's a mandatory requirement that these hospitals should have emergency treatment antidotes for cases like this, and before they would be registered and before their license will be renewed, these are prerequisites for their registration and license going forward. And they should make budgets for treatments like this, antidotes and drugs that are needed for emergency cases like this. There should be budget for it, they should be planned, and they should stock up, and they should ensure that there's availability always of treatment like this in hospitals, public and private, so that in cases where someone is rushed to the hospital for scorpion bites, there would be a guarantee or assurance that this person will be saved, and the right treatment for an emergency like this is available to be given to such a person, and it will not lead to the case of death or even other very bad outcomes. What do you think about this call? And then the ultimate question of, do we have to wait for tragedies to occur first before we take preventive measures and take caution? That's the question. 0810-951-0951. I mean, it's so sad that someone had to, a quite popular person died from snake bites in 2026. And then we're hearing this call from the Senate. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes. Good evening. Welcome.
I'm Matthew calling from Osobo.
All right. Go ahead, please, Matthew.
Okay. So when I heard of the death, I felt the pain.
Yeah.
Now, sorry for her, and may her soul rest in peace.
Amen.
Also to the family and also to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Now, the truth is that our government are so negligent. That is just the truth. Now, you go to some hospital. Okay, let me just take example. You go there, you find out that there's no light. There's no power. Now, the venom that we guys are all talking, they have to put it into a refrigerator to preserve it. Now, hospital that cannot have the NEPA light, that cannot have a plan, a generator that will generate the power, or cannot have a solar. So how then are you telling them to have a venom to preserve it? This thing will not just work. This thing will not just work. I'm telling you the truth. The government are not investing anything in the health sector.
So what you're saying is, while they're making a call that hospitals should have these treatments available, they should also make.
This is just formality.
They should also. Shouldn't they also make a call to preserve these treatments and these antidotes? I mean, if they are making a call to have them, there should be plans for that too.
I'm telling you, this thing is just for formality. After the next week, this thing will just die up. Hospitals are opening every day. How many of them are they be able to check? Those are those that live in the rural area. How many of them were they able to check? Were there even paracetamol?
That's another
or
angle.
Panadol or any other tablet that they are talking of venom? It's so expensive. So no hospital will want to go for that. And before you get snake bite, it takes long time. And how many of them are ready to invest in such things?
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, thank you first for the Gurubu music that you played.
Welcome.
I enjoyed it. Make me feel at home.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to know that.
You see this issue,
yeah.
The problem we have in Nigeria is our leadership. We have a very bad leadership. Not until our leadership will realize that we are here to serve, not to invest.
Yeah.
Nothing will work out in this nation. We have been crying out light. Mr. President came into power. They are buying fuel for 800, 890 naira, 880 naira. See today, I know how many persons that sold their car because the expensive fuel and parts to fix their car, how to maintain the car is very expensive. I know how many people that sold their vehicle today now. They don't even have vehicles.
So about the matter of, do we have to wait for tragedies to happen before preventive measures are taken? What do you think about that?
That is what I am saying now. We don't have leadership. You have leadership first before you start thinking of how they will be able to fix the problem.
All right,
we don't
thank
have
you.
Leadership. If only a good leadership that will start thinking of, if you have a that does not care about the children, even the children did not sit. The children want to see their arrest them. They will not care.
All right, thank you. You've made your point.
That is the kind of government that we have today.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for making your point. All right. 0810-951-0951. That's the call to call. That's the number to call, rather, to be a part of the conversation. The Senator are making a call. This is coming 3 days after the death of the Abuja-based singer who died from complications from snake bite. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, please.
This is Honorable Chris Okrish.
All right, go ahead.
You see, I know I didn't pass Cambridge, but it's not only people that pass Cambridge who know how things are being run or done. Like the first caller asked, some of the injection, for you to preserve such injection, you have to be inside a freezer for how many years or how many months before such thing will occur for you to. This snake bite of it, when we are little, I have an elderly man in the village. I know the medicine. And even himself, they brought her to the village itself. It's even better that they will save that. Just ordinary leaf, you just cook. You will pour everything and you will vomit everything. That the whole city, Abuja hospital cannot be able to. It's either the medicine they give to her, maybe at a side.
No. The hospital debunked that they gave her the anti-venom, but before she got there, it had already spread in her body. All right?
Yes.
So we're not talking about the hospital and the faults now. We're talking about we as Nigeria, as nation, and our government and our people. Why do we wait for tragedies to happen first before we take preventive measures? Because the Senate are calling now that hospitals should ensure that there is a mandatory, requirement of these antidotes and anti-venom should be available before.
Well, my sister, let me tell you,
the
Senate that is calling about this, how many of them make use of the hospital? Because I said it last time, when I was in primary school, my king, the children used to school with us. So in the morning like this, you see them. If the roof is leaking, my son, what's wrong with you? Daddy, our classroom is leaking. Tomorrow morning, you see the father will order this, change everything.
Right,
so how do you think that they will do it when they are children or they are not making use of the hospital?
Okay.
That one is just go juice.
All right. Thank you for sharing. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah. Evening, Rona.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Rona, expert.
All right, go ahead.
From Iberom.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, may the singer, let the soul rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
I witnessed a snake bite at State School Neberi.
Oh.
It's not the intervention of the Akada.
Try.
So, according to Honorable Chris, the teacher native.
Oh.
So, I'm telling you the fact. The very girl is alive today.
Thank
God. But I blame the.
But not everyone have access to those herbal things now for emergencies like this.
Yeah, the place of the herbal is not far from Iberia. It's at Umoba, very close. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience on that one. The question is, do we have to wait for tragedies to occur first before preventive measures are taken, or before we start taking caution on emergencies like this? Hello, good evening.
Rola, good evening.
Yes, please. Welcome. All right. Go ahead, please.
Your question, the answer is no.
Okay. Thank you. Why?
Because we are in a country that people are bigger and stronger than each other. When they go to outside the country, They see many good things, personal good things, like houses, like design his car. They come back here and make use of it. But they see their law, they see their institutions, they do their eyes like say they know. They know finish. They only want to swallow that money when they say they go there to represent us. They swallow it, they come, build their life, build their children. Not be say they know. You know the studio, or you never be journalist where for brother time. When they say street, you know that Abuja. Street, when they take injection. No allegation, no allege.
All right.
So you know they Abuja hospital. Is it allegation? Somebody whose wife have died. Somebody daughter have died. Somebody mother of children have died. Now our Senate, from the small one to the upper one. And now when they won't come to this, we don't need an agency to qualify them to wait for the law.
All right.
Now agency to qualify them.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for making the point known. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
You see this particular issue,
Yeah.
If we are to be a country that is working perfectly well, they would have 2 federal government and FCT minister. For those who not to be available, I'm telling you the truth, but Nigeria, nothing is working. They are the one that killed that innocent girl. It's not even the snake. Because
how would you say that? How would you say that's not the snake bite? Okay, so what happened?
It's our government that killed her.
Well, that's serious allegation, please. Though.
It's not serious allegation.
According to the hospital, they said the venom had spread to her brain before she got there. All right, you're sounding like you were there when the snake bit her and when she was taken to the hospital at this point, though. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, my name is Sunday, calling from Takos.
All right, go ahead, please.
What do you say? This Senate or out of?
Yes, the Senate. Yes, the Senate. They're calling for restocking of these products for emergencies like this. Before public and private hospitals will be given license, they should ensure that they have.
Please, I'm really ashamed of this college.
So do you think at this point?
Yes, if someone just come out now, it's assuming I come out to protest concerning on lack things inside the hospital. I think they will allow all this to happen before.
All right. Thank you.
What type of character is this?
All right. You're my last caller. It's almost 10 p.m. Hello, good evening. All right, let me just take this text message, and I don't think I can take any more calls, though. It's already 10. Good evening, Lady Rona, Reverend Yedikachi Amadi Nomuma. Should I say that the mark of underdeveloped nation, tragedy before solution, is absolutely odd and absurd? Please, I want to remind the lawmakers to enact a law that any Nigerian seen near a fallen tanker will be arrested with 3 months imprisonment. I also implore our lawmakers to enact a law for more hospitals in all the 774 local government areas in Nigeria. Prevention is better than cure. This one says, if they had rushed out to the village for local treatment, she couldn't have died. Thanks and God bless you, Vicente Wuzi Chokocho Eche. All right, that's the much I can take for the calls, reactions, and opinions on the matter. The word just comes up at 10. I can't squeeze any more call because I'm not sure this person can talk in a minute. And I'm not sure you can talk in a minute. So let's just wrap up here. Thank you so much for joining on the show. My name is Rona Agbara. Tomorrow we're back here again, 9 p.m. up until the hour of 10 for another round of talk on The Thrill. Have a very good evening.
City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News in your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. House of Representatives probe federal port concessions. Federal government launches Safe Nigerian initiative to tackle insecurity. NDLEA launches alternative development program to curb cannabis cultivation. On the foreign scene, Amnesty International condemns Israel's proposed expansion of death penalty targeting Palestinians. Details shortly. The Senate has called on the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to develop and enforce national guidelines mandating minimum stock levels of essential antidotes and emergency medicines in designated public and private hospitals across the country. The resolution followed the consideration of a motion sponsored by Senator Adebule Oluranti, who highlighted the urgent need for both federal and state governments to ensure the adequate stocking, availability and accessibility of life-saving antidotes and emergency medicines nationwide. Presenting the motion, Senator Oluranti, a former Lagos State Deputy Governor, noted the rising incidence of medical emergencies in Nigeria, including snake bites, scorpion stings, poisoning, drug overdoses, and other forms of envenomation, stressing that the health system must be better prepared to respond effectively. The Senate also expressed deep concern over the reported death of Abuja-based singer Ifunanya Nwangene, popularly known as Naya, following a snake bite. Lawmakers described the incident as tragic and preventable, saying it exposed serious gaps in emergency preparedness and the availability of critical antidotes in both public and private healthcare facilities. As part of its resolutions, the Senate urged health regulatory authorities to make the stocking of essential antidotes a compulsory requirement for the licensing, registration and renewal of accreditation of private hospitals. It also called for adequate budgetary provisions and efficient supply chains to guarantee consistent availability in public hospitals. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has called for strong national support for its newly launched alternative development program aimed at reducing illicit cannabis cultivation, boosting rural economies and enhancing national security. The initiative's pilot scheme was inaugurated last week in 3 cannabis growing communities in Ondo State. NDLEA Chairman Brigadier General Buba Marwa explained that the program aims to reduce the burden on law enforcement, promote peace and improve food security, and enhance Nigeria's international standing in global drug control efforts. Mawa highlighted that the pilot project has been widely accepted by local communities, offering a lawful and sustainable source of income while reducing poverty and vulnerability. The initiative also seeks to tackle the root causes of drug production rather than merely its symptoms. The NDLEA boss provided alarming statistics, noting that an estimated 10.6 million Nigerian adults reportedly use in the past year, while roughly 8,900 hectares of land are under illicit cannabis cultivation in the southwest. Meanwhile, the federal government has launched the Safe Nigeria initiative, a large-scale youth empowerment and humanitarian skills program aimed at addressing the socio-economic roots of insecurity across the country. The initiative, also known as Youth Empowerment for Peace and Resilience, was unveiled at the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Office of the National Security Advisor, NCTC, ONSA in Abuja. Coordinated by the NCTC in partnership with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, the program targets at least 11,000 vulnerable youths from all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The national coordinator of the NCTC, Major General Adamu Laka, explained that violent extremism, banditry, kidnapping, and organized crime are often linked to deeper challenges such as poverty, unemployment, trauma, and social exclusion. According to him, the program will equip at-risk youth with vocational skills, livelihood support, psychosocial services, and civic education to reduce their vulnerability to recruitment into crime and violent extremism. The House of Representatives has inaugurated an ad hoc committee to investigate the performance and benefits accrued to the federal government from concessionaries operating federal air and seaport terminals, as well as related shipping activities between 2006 and 2025. Speaking at the inauguration in Abuja, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, represented by Loari Kwamoti, noted that the concessions were intended to modernize infrastructure, enhance service delivery, attract private sector investment, and increase government revenue, while reducing operational burdens on the state. The committee, chaired by Kolawole Akinlayo, will review concession agreements, access revenue remittances, evaluate compliance with contractual, regulatory, and safety obligations, and appraise infrastructure development, operational efficiency, service quality, and labor issues. Akinlayo said the panel would engage key stakeholders, including the Nigerian Port Authority, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Nigeria Customs Service, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, banks, amongst others. The committee aims to ensure that revenues due to the federal government are fully captured, operational inefficiencies are addressed, and Nigerians derive maximum benefits from port and terminal operations. The ad hoc committee is expected to submit its findings and recommendations to the House upon the conclusion of its investigation, with the goal of strengthening governance, enhancing investor discipline, and restoring public confidence in Nigeria's concession program. The Department of State Services, DSS, has arraigned the former Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz Malami, before the Federal High Court in Abuja on a 5-count charge bordering on alleged terrorism financing and unlawful possession of firearms. In the charge, the DSS accused Malami of knowingly abetting terrorism financing by refusing to prosecute suspected terrorism financiers, whose case files were forwarded to him during his tenure as Attorney General. Both Malami and his son were also accused of unlawfully warehousing firearms and ammunition at their residence in Gese Phase 2 area, Birni, Kebbi, local government area of Kebbi State, without lawful authority. Both defendants pleaded not guilty when the charges were read to them. Following their plea, prosecuting counsel Callistus Eze urged the courts to remand them in DSS custody and to fix a date for the commencement of trial. Defense counsel Shaibu Aruwan orally applied for bail, arguing that the defendants had already spent more than 2 weeks in DSS custody, but Justice Joyce Abdulmalik rejected the oral application, noting that the court is a court of record and directing the defense to file a formal bail application. The judge subsequently ordered that Malami and his son be remanded in the custody of the DSS and adjourned the case until February 20 for the commencement of trial. A judicial commission of inquiry in Sokoto State has submitted a report alleging that over 117 billion naira was misappropriated during the 8-year tenure of former Governor Aminu Tambuwal. The findings cite non-compliance with due process, breaches of existing laws, and abuse of office. The report was formally presented to Governor Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto at the Government House, highlighting the state's commitment to accountability and transparency in public service. The inquiry, chaired by the Justice Mwazu Pindiga, was tasked with examining records, contracts, and financial documents, and hearing sworn testimonies from officials and stakeholders. Justice Pindiga noted that the Commission's investigation uncovered widespread financial irregularities arising from disregard for procurement laws, weak financial controls, and misuse of executive authority. The report is structured into 5 segments covering background, testimonies, detailed findings, recommendations, and a summary to guide government action. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the state will not be part of any arrangement to allow another party to win power at the center in the 2027 elections. The statement was made during the inauguration of a newly built PDP secretariat at Okeado, Ibadan, funded by the governor. Makinde reflected on his role in the 2023 elections, saying he had previously aligned with individuals who helped another party secure the presidency, but insisted he had not repented and would not repeat the action. that he had repented rather and would not repeat the action. He emphasized that PDP would not be compromised to favor any other party's rise to power. The governor attributed ongoing crisis within the party to a small group of expelled members whose actions, he said, were the root of internal challenges. He stressed that party issues should be traced back to their source and expressed confidence in the judiciary to uphold justice for PDP. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Environment and Technology, FUET, Ogoni, Rivers State, Professor Prince Chinedu Umom, has urged the institution's pioneer students to strictly adhere to the rules and regulations as contained in the university's handbook. Professor Chinedu Umom gave the charge during the maiden Founders Day and matriculation ceremony of the university, where he encouraged students to seize the opportunity of their admission to shape their future in line with the vision, goals, and aspirations of FUET. He described admission into the university as a pathway to personal growth and national service, urging students to take ownership of their education and actively contribute to addressing key regional and national challenges, particularly climate change and environmental sustainability. The Vice Chancellor, who disclosed that students must attain a minimum of 75% attendance in lectures and other academic activities to qualify for examinations, warned that the university would not tolerate cultism, examination malpractice, drug abuse, sexual harassment, indecent dressing, or any form of misconduct, stressing that offenders would be expelled without hesitation.
That this Federal University of Environment and Technology will not, in capital letter, tolerate the distasteful practice of students' involvement in court-related activities, examination malpractices, sexual harassment, drug abuse, offering grades for money, sale of handouts and unapproved books or manuals, especially through the so-called faculty and departmental representatives. We also frown at indecent dressing and all forms of misconduct that are listed in our rubric, which you will get after now. I would encourage the first students to plan the evil seed of cultism in this university will be uprooted with the force and energy and naval battle.
Professor Chinedu Umom also commended President Bola Tinubu for the establishment of the university, expressed gratitude to parents for entrusting their children to the institution, assuring that the management was committed to grooming students into responsible leaders who would contribute meaningfully to national development.
For entrusting your children and work to our care. Your confidence in this young university students are involved to carefully monitor and deliver quality education to your children that meets global standards and guides them to path of moral uprightness and unimpeachable character. We assure you that we shall collaborate with you to nurture these young ones into responsible, paid, and socially conscious graduates who will make meaningful contributions to national development and become leaders in our own right, just like the motto and vision and mission of this university. Today already, earlier this morning, we unveiled a deputy statue in honor of the former Ogoni environmental campaigner and minority rights activist, Kenule Benson Tarohua.
In a goodwill message, the Minister of Education, Olatunji Alausa, represented by a member of the university's management board, Sunday Jide, said the establishment of FUET reflects the federal government's unwavering commitment to improving access to quality education for Nigerians.
These historic events mark a defining milestone in the life of this noble institution. The establishment of the Federal University of Environment and Technology, Corona and Safewa, is a clear demonstration of the federal government's unwavering commitment to expanding access to quality higher education, promoting environmental stability, sustainability, and addressing the unique ecological and developmental challenges of the Niger Delta region. The choice of environment and technology as the core mandate of this university is both timely and strategic.
Today FM Muchendu Ejowo reports that a total of 1,246 students were matriculated at the ceremony, during which the university also launched a 5 billion naira development and research fund to support growth, innovation and academic excellence. The Oba of Ogbaland, Nwachukwu Nnam Obi, has urged the federal government to rename the Federal University of Environment and Technology, Ogoni, River State, as the Ken Saro-Wiwa Federal University of Environment and Technology in honor of the late environmental activist. Speaking at the institution's first matriculation ceremony, the monarch said the call was justified because the university was established as a result of prolonged agitation and struggle that claimed the lives of notable Ogoni leaders led by Ken Saro-Wiwa. While unveiling a metallized image of Saro-Wiwa on the university's campus, Nnam Obi encouraged students to emulate the courage and commitment of the late activist, whom he described as a giant of environmental justice, and to remain focused in their academic pursuits. He recalled that the struggle for environmental justice championed by Ken Saro-Wiwa began in Ogoni land with the aim of liberating the Ogoni people and the wider Niger Delta. He commended the federal government for responding to the demands of the people through the establishment of the university.
So today, we come to honor that light. The man who presented him said history has corrected the records. And I just stand aside to say not history. The spirit of truth has rewritten history. History is written by men. The spirit that governs us is different. And the spirit of truth has told the truth of what he represented and what he is to us. That is why we are here. But the important thing for me is what is going to happen moving forward. Before us are very young minds. Our children, we hope, will take over from us tomorrow. They are here witnessing how we are immortalizing one of us. They are here seeing that a good fight is a good fight. Doing good is good.
Delivering the Founders Day lecture, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Joseph Ajayinka, said the university should serve as a hub for tackling major challenges such as environmental degradation, educational gaps and poverty through research and innovation.
Now look at the environment. This is the environment of the Niger Delta, highly polluted. As we are told, as a petroleum engineer, it is this kind of environmental pollution and devastation that resulted in the agitation for environmental justice. Look at people looking for employment and poverty. This slide is not about the World Cup or Olympics. It's about an employment advance where people went to stadium in different locations looking for jobs, and many perished as a result of looking for jobs.
A lecturer at the Department of Political Science, Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Goodluck Oke, says the third peace effort brokered by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the political crisis in River State is likely to fail. Oke, who spoke with Today FM's Priye Izogu, said the crisis is fundamentally about control of the state resources, not leadership of political party structures. He argues that the political future of both the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and the River State Governor is at stake, making the crisis difficult to resolve. The university lecturer accused President Tinubu of encouraging godfatherism in River State, alleging that the president consistently favors the minister in the ongoing political standoff.
The issue at stake is not who is the leader of PDP or APC or who is the leader of anything. The issue at stake is about the resources of the state and the political destiny of both the Minister of SEP and the political destiny of the governor. As usual, every governor will want to do a second tenure. And so no matter the kind of arrangement anybody would want to do, the man who wants second tenure will definitely fight for his second tenure. So what the president is doing is trying to protect the godfather structure in Nigeria, because he knows that if Governor Sinala Ifubara ends the godfather structure of Yeso River State, he may have, or he will definitely set a precedent that will warrant anybody to come up and fight godfathers in any state of the country. Just like the president did in the case of Ambode of Lagos State. He did very well. He did all he could and made sure that Ambode didn't come back. So what they want to also do is to ensure that
on the foreign scene, Amnesty International has urged Israel to abandon opposed legislation that would expand the use of the death penalty, warning that it would violate international law and further entrench Israel's apartheid system against Palestinians. The bill is currently under discussion in the Knesset, championed by government officials including far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. They would mark a sharp reversal of Israel's long-standing opposition to capital punishment and would disproportionately target Palestinians. Currently, Israel abolished the death penalty for ordinary crimes in 1954 and has not executed anyone since 1962. Though capital punishment is still theoretically retained for exceptional crimes such as genocide or treason. The new legislation would effectively revive its youth, including its occupied Palestinian territories, and weaken safeguards meant to prevent miscarriages of justice. Amnesty International warns that adopting any of them would further transform the death penalty into a discriminatory tool and deepen Israel's system of apartheid. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The House of Representatives has inaugurated a committee to probe federal port concessions. The federal government has launched a Safe Nigeria initiative to tackle insecurity through youth empowerment. We told you that NDLEA has launched an alternative development program to curb cannabis cultivation. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Amnesty International has condemned Israel's proposed expansion of death penalty targeting Palestinians. That was the news as edited by Stella Sesongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 289-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Kenya's central bank warns against cash bouquets, says trend defaces currency and carries deal term. U.S. President Donald Trump seeks $1 billion in damages from Harvard amid escalating dispute. Syrian army enters Hasaka under ceasefire deal with Kurdish-led SDF. Russia launches most powerful 2026 strike on Ukraine's energy sector. Details shortly. Kenyan Central Bank has warned to people stop using banknotes to make floral-like bouquets and decorations, which has become a trend in the East African nation. They're often ordered in the run-up to Valentine's Day and have been popularized by celebrities and online influencers who share videos of themselves presenting such bouquets during celebrations. To make the cash bouquets, notes of different colors and value are rolled and then fastened together in a style that makes them look like a bunch of flowers. But the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, says the creators are defacing the Kenyan currency and could face 7 years in jail if arrested. According to the CBK, the banknotes tend to be folded, rolled and glued, stapled, pinned or otherwise affixed using adhesives or fastening materials. The CBK said in a statement that it is affecting equipment such as automated teller machines, ATMs, and cash counting machines that has the cash bouquets, had also led to more notes being rejected and unnecessary cost for both the public and the bank to replace the currency. Ghana has paused its citizenship applications for members of the African diaspora in order to make the system more accessible and user-friendly. Since 2016, those who can prove their ancestors came from Africa have been able to get Ghanaian nationality. It was primarily aimed at the descendants of those who were victims of the transatlantic trade and the slave trade. More than 1,000 people, including African-American singer, songwriter Stevie Wonder, have obtained Ghanaian citizenship in recent years. However, some applicants have complained about the number of stages involved as well as the high cost. Ambassador for the Diaspora African Forum, Erieka Bennett, which helps people relocate to Ghana, told newsmen that many applicants struggle with the requirement to submit the DNA evidence within a week of the application, saying the time frame was impossible for most and that some also questioned the reliability of DNA testing. A senior commander of the Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, RSF, had reportedly killed during clashes with the paramilitary group in the Darfur region. According to local sources, Abdullah Abu Al-Qasim, commander of the RSF Sharia sector, died in fighting that broke out in Kanzan area. The violence was triggered by internal leadership disputes among RSF elements, escalating into armed confrontations between rival factions within the force. Sudan has been gripped by conflict since April 2023, when fighting erupted between the RSF and the Sudanese armed forces, plunging much of the country, including Darfur, into prolonged violence and instability. Former South African President Jacob Zuma has been mentioned in the latest tranche of the Epstein files after his name appeared in several emails from the late sex offender and others. The concerned Dina Epstein seemingly arranged for Zuma in London in 2010, which the email suggests was also attended by a beautiful Russian model. The Jacob Zuma Foundation has described stories about the emails as agenda-driven journalism, built on innuendo and guilt by association, adding that there was no unlawful or improper conduct by the former president. In a move to further strengthen cooperation between the Republic of Mali and the People's Democratic Republic of China, the Chinese ambassador to Mali, Lin Xiang, has paid a courtesy visit to the Minister of Defense and Civil Protection, Major General Daoud Mohamedin. The meeting came at a symbolic moment marking the 65th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Mali and China, underscoring the long-standing friendship and growing cooperation between the two countries. At the start of the meeting, Ambassador Li Xiang expressed gratitude for the warm reception accorded him and praised the hospitality of the Malian people, as well as the respect and care extended to Chinese nationals living in the country. He noted that more than 10,000 Chinese citizens reside in Mali, contributing significantly to its economic and social development. In his response, Major General Mohamedin congratulated Ambassador Li Xiang on his appointment, describing China as a great friend of Mali. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, U.S. President Donald Trump says his administration would seek $1 billion in damages from Harvard University, intensifying a standoff with the Ivy League institution amid ongoing legal and political disputes. Trump made the announcement on his Truth Social platform, saying the government wanted nothing further to do with Harvard going forward. The Trump administration has accused Harvard and other elite universities of promoting what it described as woke ideology and failing to adequately protect Jewish students during pro-Palestinian protests on campuses. Officials have persuaded legal compliance and demanded large financial settlement, a move critics describe as a pressure campaign against liberal academic institutions. Report has said that the administration dropped the demand for $200 million settlement payment from Harvard after lengthy talks. Trump had previously revealed that negotiations were nearing the $500 million settlement, which would have included the establishment of trade schools. Syrian government forces have moved into the northeastern city of Hasaka, formerly controlled by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, marking a significant step toward implementation of a U.S.-backed ceasefire. Implementing a U.S.-backed ceasefire and integration agreement. The deployment is the first concrete outcome of a comprehensive agreement reached between the SDF and the Syrian government, under which Kurdish-led forces agreed to integrate into the national army. The deal followed weeks of rising tensions and sporadic clashes, which government troops advanced into territory previously held by the SDF. Report says Syrian forces are expected to take positions in state buildings within Hasaka's designated security zone, while similar deployments are anticipated in the cities of Kobani and Kamishli. Under the terms of the deal, the SDF will form a new military division within the Syrian army comprising 3 SDF brigades and an additional brigade based in Kobani, also known as Ain al-Arab. The agreement comes amid broader efforts by President Ahmed al-Shara to unify and reunify Syria following the ouster of former President Bashar al-Assad in late 2024. Russia has launched its most powerful blow against Ukraine's energy sector so far this year. According to the private energy company DTEK, the combined missile and drone strikes were targeted power plants and infrastructure in Kiev, and multiple locations left the system operating with serious restrictions. The strikes was launched as temperatures dropped to 200 C and left more than 1,000 tower blocks in the capital without heating once again, and damaged the power plant in the eastern city of Kharkiv beyond repair with 20 Celsius degree. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia was choosing terror and escalation rather than diplomacy to end this war, and called for maximum pressure on Moscow for Ukraine's allies. The attack comes after a so-called energy truce agreed by Donald Trump with Vladimir Putin expired over the weekend. China government has banned hidden door handles on electric vehicles, EVs, making it the first country to stop the use of the controversial designs that were made popular by multi-billionaire Elon Musk Tesla. It comes as EVs are facing scrutiny from the safety watchdogs around the world after a number of deadly incidents, including 2 fatal crashes in China involving Xiaomi's EVs in the U-Power failures were suspected to have prevented doors from being opened. Under the new regulations, cars will only be allowed to be sold if they have a mechanical release both on the inside and outside of their doors, according to state media. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology rules requires the outside of every passenger door, except the boot, to have a recessed space measuring no smaller than 6 centimeters. A Chinese court has sentenced Tang Yunjung, former justice minister, to life imprisonment after finding him guilty of accepting bribes totaling nearly $20 million over more than a decade. The 64-year-old served as China's justice minister from 2020 to 2023 and held several other high-ranking positions during his career, including governor of Liaoning province and CCP chief of Ningbo City. The Xiamen Intermediate People's Court said Tang exploited the advantages associated with the positions he successively held to benefit individuals and companies between 2006 and 2022. He received a total of 137 million yuan in bribes, helping others with initial public offerings, bank loans, and land acquisitions and other matters. Mitigating factors considered by the court included Tang's confession after arrest, expression of remorse, his expression, guilty plea, and cooperation with investigators. Tang's conviction comes amid President Xi Jinping's sweeping anti-corruption campaign launched in 2012, which critics says is also used to remove potential political rivals. The French offices of Elon Musk have been raided by the Paris prosecutor cybercrime unit as part of an investigation into suspected offenses including unlawful data extraction and complicity in the possession of child pornography. The prosecutor's office said the probe began in January 2025 when it started looking into the content recommended by the social media platform's algorithm before being widened to include its controversial AI chat box Grok. In a statement, it added that both Musk and former ex-chief executive officer Linda Yaccarino had been summoned to appear at hearings in April. X has yet to comment but has previously characterized the investigation as an attack on free speech and as politically motivated and denied allegations it had manipulated its algorithm. Prosecutors say they are now investigating whether X has broken the law across multiple areas. Among potential crimes, it said it would investigate were complicitly in the possession or organized distribution of images of children of a pornographic nature, infringement of people's image rights with sexual deepfakes, and fraudulent data extraction by an organized group. Pakistani security forces have killed at least 145 fighters in the southwestern province of Balochistan, following a large-scale manhunt launched after coordinated gun and bomb attacks left nearly 50 people dead. At least 31 civilians, including 5 women and 17 security personnel, were killed in the assaults. The attack were claimed by the banned separatist group, Balochistan Liberation Army, BLA, prompting authorities to impose months-long security restrictions across the province. Measures include the ban on public gatherings and demonstrations, limits on traffic movement, and a prohibition on face coverings that conceal identities in public places. Balochistan Chief Minister Safraz Bugti said troops and police responded swiftly, killing 145 members of what the government refers to as a Fitna al-Hindustan, a term it uses for the BLA. Iran says it expects progress on the framework to restart nuclear negotiations with the United States amid reports that President Masoud Pezeshkian has ordered a revival of talks. This followed after Tehran said it was reviewing several diplomatic initiatives proposed by regional countries and anticipates clarity on the negotiating framework in the coming days. The announcement comes as both Tehran and Washington appear to be stepping back from the brink of military confrontation. U.S. President Donald Trump has recently deployed warships to the Middle East following Iran's crackdown on mass protests in January, but later urged Tehran to strike a deal to resume nuclear talks that collapsed in June after U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iranian facilities. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismaili Bagher confirmed that indirect negotiations between the two countries are already underway, with regional states acting as intermediaries. That story from Iran concludes the 9th edition of The World Today, as produced by Kachi Celestine of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. We told you that Kenyan Central Bank has warned against cash bouquets, insisting that the trend defaces currency and carries jail term. You heard that U.S. President Donald Trump seeks $1 billion in damages from Harvard amid escalating dispute. We told you that Syrian army has entered Hasaka under ceasefire deal with Kurdish-led SDF. And finally, Russia has launched most powerful 2026 strike on Ukraine's energy sector. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Flight services resume in Ethiopia's northern region of Tigray amid rising tensions and fears of renewed conflicts between the National Army and Tigrayan forces.
We haven't had reassurances of a lasting peace, and it has affected the day-to-day lives of each and every one of us here in Tigray.
And motorcycle-related injuries and deaths are on the rise in many African cities. How can riders best protect themselves?
So we know from our crash data that many of these deaths, unfortunately, are due to the person not wearing a helmet at the time of the crash.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. President Zelensky says the work of his negotiating team in Abu Dhabi will have to be adjusted. His comments came after a night which saw the most powerful Russian strikes on Ukraine's energy facilities using a record number of ballistic missiles. Sarah Rainsford is in Kyiv.
In Kyiv, we heard the first explosions after midnight. Then for 7 hours, Russia targeted power stations across the country. There are more peace talks in Abu Dhabi this week, led by the United States. But President Zelensky says this attack shows Russia is choosing terror and escalation over diplomacy. And he's called on Ukraine's allies to apply maximum pressure in response. Moscow, though, doesn't seem in the mood for compromise. Its attacks are relentless and they're getting bigger. And Ukraine has warned it doesn't have enough air defense missiles to protect itself.
Colombia's President Gustavo Petro will meet Donald Trump at the White House shortly to discuss plans for tackling drug trafficking and boosting trade. The high-stakes talks come after months of tension between them. Irene Wells reports.
Despite the US and Colombia being allies, their leaders do not get on. Gustavo Petro is strongly critical of the US's military action in Venezuela, its strikes on alleged drug boats, ICE immigration raids and support for Israel. Donald Trump has accused him of being personally involved in drug trafficking without evidence. Their frequent exchanges of insults has led to the US sanctioning Mr. Petro, withdrawing aid and even Mr. Trump threatening military action. This meeting is in theory about cooperation on tackling drug trafficking and boosting trade, but it's unclear if it will lead to reconciliation or further fallout.
The Paris prosecutor's office says it's been conducting a search at the offices of Elon Musk's social media platform X in the French capital. Joe Tidy has the details.
The cybercrime unit of the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office, along with police officers and Europol, raided X as part of a year-long investigation into the platform. Investigators didn't say what they were looking for or what was taken as evidence, but the unit has been probing X since potential criminality was reported last January. Possessing, creating and spreading child sexual abuse images are on the long list of accusations against X. So too is administration of an illegal online platform. Previously, French politicians had accused the site of manipulating its algorithms, but there's no mention of that today. X denies any wrongdoing and claims the investigations are part of an attack on free speech.
More Palestinians are expected to pass through the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt following its reopening after being shut for much of the war. The Palestinian Red Crescent said it had transported 16 patients with companions to a hospital in southern Gaza on Tuesday. They had been hoping they could depart for Egypt. World news from the BBC. Syrian media are reporting that government forces have begun entering the Kurdish-majority city of Qarmishli in the northeast under an agreement struck last week. On Monday, Syrian forces entered the mixed Kurdish-Arab city of Hasaka and the countryside around the Kurdish town of Kobani. The deal seeks to unify Syrian territory and eventually integrate Kurdish forces and institutions. The son of Norway's Crown Princess Mette-Marit has pleaded not guilty to 4 counts of rape at the beginning of his trial in Oslo. Marius Borg Høiby is also accused of domestic violence, drug possession and several other crimes. Paul Kirby was in court.
Marius Borg Høiby pleading not guilty to the most serious charges, 4 counts of rape. He spoke very quietly. All 4 counts of rape are alleged to have happened when the women were either asleep or incapacitated. Since Sunday, Marius Borg Høiby has been in custody, facing new allegations of assault and breaking a restraining order. He's not a member of the royal family, but his mother married the Crown Prince when he was 4, and she has been at the centre of a widening scandal surrounding hundreds of messages exchanged with late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
The World Health Organization has appealed for $1 billion to help tackle humanitarian emergencies across the world, including in Afghanistan, Sudan, Gaza and Haiti. It comes as the organisation struggles to fill a global funding shortfall exacerbated by Washington's decision to slash its foreign aid spending. The WHO estimates that 250 million people are in urgent humanitarian need. Josh D'Amara, who's been in charge of Disney's theme parks, has been named as the new boss of the entertainment giant. The 54-year-old succeeds Bob Iger, who's been credited with shaping the modern Disney through deals for Pixar, Marvel and Lucasfilms. BBC News.
Hello there, I'm Nkechi Owonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. In Ethiopia, flights to the Tigray region resume after the national carrier suspended operations following tensions in the troubled northern region. Why are there renewed tensions in this restive part of the country?
There have been times in which it seemed that the guns were about to, start flaring up again. And the latest developments indicate that there is indeed movement of troops, there is clashes, and all of these developments have indeed created concern in Ethiopia and abroad.
And are you using the right helmet while riding on a motorcycle? We look at the increase in the number of deaths and injuries from motorcycle accidents across many African cities. It's Tuesday, February 3rd. We begin in Tigray, the northernmost region of Ethiopia.
But what did we do to deserve this all? I'm not even ready to hear the world war. I'm not healed from the past one. The last war took my husband, and it left me alone with my children, carrying every fear, every hunger, every question on my shoulder, all alone. I never contributed even 1% to this political failure, but I'm paying 100% of my price. I had plans, but suddenly the flights stopped from Addis to Magala. Banks had no cash, long queues, silent ATMs since the past 2 weeks. Life froze.
A resident of Mekelle, the capital city of Tigray, is fearing the worst. This is a region that suffered a devastating 2-year war caused by a political fallout between the government in Addis Ababa and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF. While the war ended in 2022, tensions still remain. Last week, Ethiopia's national airline suspended flights to Tigray, but services have now resumed. At the weekend, authorities in the region confirmed that there were clashes between Tigrayan forces and the Ethiopian army, and accused the Ethiopian Federal Forces of using drones to kill civilians. Here are more voices from Mekelle.
What hurts the most is that the youth, the majority of the young people here, do not want war. They want peace, stability, and the chance to build their future.
The current situation has raised some panic, and it has brought back the trauma that people felt in the war times. We are afraid that the situation might get worse and go to a full-out war. Everybody in Tigray is trying to get what little money we have from the bank, but the banks are not giving cash.
Living in Tigray the past 3 years after the peace agreement, we haven't had reassurances of a lasting peace, and this is due to both sides provoking each other, and this has caused the market to fluctuate, and it has affected the day-to-day lives of each and every one of us here in Tigray.
Some very worried voices there in Mekelle. While addressing the Ethiopian Parliament Tuesday, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed called for a peaceful coexistence in Wolkait, one of the districts in Tigray where there has been recent fighting.
Wolkait has been a point of dispute between Amhara and Tigray regions for a long time. Both regions claim authority over the area. However, the federal government has stated that the people should be allowed to live in peace and decide their future for themselves through a referendum. After all, it's the people who live there that should make that decision. Because of this conflict, public services in Wolkait, such as annual budget, education and health services, were suspended. even though the people had the right to receive them. This was done to give time for the conflict to be resolved peacefully. I will not decide how the disagreement should be settled, and I hope others will not either. The people themselves should decide.
To give us more perspective on these tensions, I have been speaking with my colleague from the Newsday program, Kalkidan Yibeltau.
There has been a fear of a resurgence of conflict for quite some time, and frankly, since that very devastating war ended, the threat of a return to another conflict has not gone away. And there have been times in which it seemed that the guns were about to start flaring up again. And the latest developments indicate that there is indeed movement of troops, there is clashes, and all of these developments have indeed created concern in Ethiopia and abroad. You can understand that because there have been statements from the UN, from the US government, from the European Union, and from the British government calling for restraint. So it doesn't look like it was just a minor skirmish. It looks like there was quite a concerning military build-up.
Right. Kalkidan, take us back a bit. Give us a bit of background information. How exactly did this war in Tigray start? Because we know that there had been fightings there, 2-3 years ago. It was a very hot region. What led to that crisis?
That was a very devastating war. The amount of human suffering and destruction that it caused was biblical, to be frank, because it's one of the deadliest conflicts this century in Africa, if not the deadliest. Some estimates put the number of people killed in that war in the region of 500,000, 600,000. That these are figures from the African Union. So you can imagine the level of intensity with which that war was fought. It began in late 2020 after months of simmering tension between the then new Ethiopian federal government and forces in Tigray, who used to be the dominant political forces for 3 decades in Ethiopia. So after months of tensions were started, initially it seemed like it was just a quick conflict that would die down or end in a few weeks or months, but it went on for 2 years. Millions of people were devastated. The entire region was cut off for a large portion of that war. There was no internet, phone lines were not working. All the basic services like banking, telecom, hospitals, schools, they were not working. And the region was essentially cut off from the world. And after 2 years of such bloody conflict, in late 2022 they gathered in South Africa and they signed a peace deal. So that officially ended the war, but many of the issues that led to that war, or many of contentions, have not been resolved still.
And even after the peace deal, what were some of the major highlights from that peace deal, and have the parties upheld their own part of the agreement?
The most significant success of that peace deal was silencing the guns. So the war practically ended. There was no fighting for quite some time, which was a huge relief for the millions of people stuck in that region. Also, many of these essential services that were interrupted, they resumed gradually, but it ended there, because one of the things that they agreed was the disarmament of the Tigrayan forces, so that there is only one armed force in the country, which is the federal army and then the federal police. That partially happened, but not fully happened, because the Tigrayan forces have not fully disarmed. They have not disbanded their soldiers entirely. They still maintain some of the weapons that they had. So that didn't happen. The other thing is more than 1 million people, or around 1 million people, have been forcefully displaced because of that war. Many of these people are ethnic Tigrayans that were displaced from bordering areas contested by Tigray and another neighboring region called Amhara. Some of them fled the violence, but many of them were forcefully displaced. So one of the agreements was for these people to return to their homes, to their places of origin. That didn't happen. 3 years on, a vast majority of them are still in makeshift camps in different cities in Tigray. Some of them are in school compounds, some of them just live on the streets. They have not been returned. And the issue of these contested areas that I raised, that have also not been addressed. There was talks of, referendum, trying to decide it using a referendum and, making the people decide which region they belong to. That didn't happen. So still those areas are occupied by the Amhara forces that took them when the war began.
Right. So right now, are you saying the biggest contention is between the Tigray forces and the government forces, or it's between disputes, who belongs to which region? What exactly is the current bone of contention?
The current bone of contention, the first one is the displaced people need to be returned home. The federal government was supposed to facilitate that. It didn't. The other contention, as you mentioned, is these contested areas. They are contested by two regions. The federal government was supposed to find a solution of resolving them. It didn't. And the Tigrayans accused the federal government of supporting the Amhara region.
We heard about drones flying around the Tigray region. What does this indicate? Are these drums of war?
Yes, I mean, the drums of war have sounded for quite some time. For the past 6 months, there have been quite scary and alarming statements coming from both sides. The rhetoric that they were using was, a rhetoric of war, essentially. It was, something that mirrored what happened during the war. They were accusing each other of plotting to attack the other one. They were accusing each other of breaching the peace deal and committing crimes against civilians and things like that. So there have been this exchange of very strong words for quite some time. But over the past week, we have seen a practical manifestation of these developments because there were actual military confrontations. We don't know the magnitude of these confrontations because both of them are keeping quiet about them. But, when you speak to people around those areas, it seemed like it was quite significant. And flights were suspended across the region for at least a week, which many people there see as an effort by the federal government to put more pressure on them. And there were also drone strikes that killed civilians.
Have the TPLF forces or even the Ethiopian government responded to any of these tensions? I mean, the Tigray government. Has anyone said anything?
The federal government has not said anything, but the Tigrayans have been speaking in the past few days. They were saying that they have admitted pushing their forces closer to that border area. There was their movement, and they have admitted to that. And they have said that their effort was not to create, some kind of war or conflict, but to ensure civilians in those areas are protected, particularly Tigrayans. And they have said that they could retreat a bit to de-escalate. Maybe that's the reason why now we're seeing the resumption of flight.
Kalkidan, you've covered this war. I mean, you started covering this war right from when it started up to the peace deal in South Africa, and even now that tensions have started brewing. I know you're a bit far from home, but what does this mean to you?
Frankly, it's very, heartbreaking. I have covered that war from the very beginning to its end, and even after the war ended. During the war, I have traveled there. I have met people who were in displacement camps, people who have lost family members, people who have lost limbs. I've met children without parents. Even recently, last year, I traveled to the region to do a different story, but I had a chance to meet people who were still in displacement camps. So thinking about these people might be going through that experience, that harrowing experience, again makes me emotional. It was a very tough time for many people there.
Many thanks to the BBC's Kalkidan Yibeltau. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Motorcycles are used in many African cities. In Nigeria, they are called Okada. In Niger, Kabu Kabu. In Tanzania and Kenya, it's Boda Boda. And in Malawi, Kabaza. Different names, but the story is the same. Fast, affordable, and famous for weaving through traffic, especially when you're running late. But behind the convenience is a worrying trend. As motorcycles flood the roads, crashes and injuries are going up. In many African countries, the World Health Organization says motorcyclists now make up more than half of all road deaths. We'll now hear from a Boda Boda rider in Nairobi. He had been riding for 3 years before he was involved in a crash and now uses a prosthetic limb, having lost his right leg in the accident.
The truck was rolling downhill as it dragged me. I think its brakes failed because it kept moving as if it was grinding my leg. I fell, and when I was able to wake up, I could only jump on one leg. I passed out, and when I realized, I was at the hospital.
Kenya's Transport and Safety Authority says there are 2.5 million registered motorcycles in the country. The number of motorcycle-related crashes and deaths continue to rise. Here is Samuel Musumba, a government official in charge of road safety programs in the country.
Last year we lost, in total, the people who died were about 4,758. And you can imagine out of that, you're talking about 1,166. That is almost 30% of the national fatalities, just as a result of motorcycle transport. If you put now the pillion passengers, sometimes who are in excess of 3, sometimes it gets overloaded to excess of 4. So we lost almost close to 800 pillion passengers. That shot up to, if you put them together, you're talking over 2,000, lives lost.
Now, according to the WHO, wearing a certified helmet properly can significantly reduce the risk of severe head injury or even death. So what exactly makes a helmet safe? I have been speaking with Dr. Terry Smith, a specialist in helmet safety studies, and he began by explaining why motorcycle crashes can be so deadly.
Motorcycles are, as we call it in road safety, they are vulnerable road users because we don't have a lot of sheet metal around us to protect us such as we would in an automobile. So that's the first risk factor. The second risk factor is a lack of certified motorcycle helmets. That also is related to another problem that we have in Africa, which is the simple act of getting a helmet on riders' heads. We see far too many unhelmeted riders. So we know from our crash data that many of these deaths, unfortunately, as you see, are head injuries, and they're due to the person not wearing a helmet at the time of the crash and then not wearing a certified motorcycle helmet. So these are some of the problems that we are trying to address in Africa.
Right. And certified helmets, you mean there is a specific type of helmet that motorcyclists should wear. Is that correct?
Yes. So many African countries have a national motorcycle helmet standard, and it specifies the performance requirements of the helmet. And through 30, 40 years of existence, these motorcycle helmet standards have been shown to be effective at protecting riders when they fall and hit the pavement or hit objects. So when I talk about a certified motorcycle helmet, I'm talking about one that would meet the national standard, and almost every country in Africa does have a national motorcycle helmet standard.
Mm-hmm. Now let's talk quality. Is there a point where wearing a poor quality helmet is probably almost as dangerous as wearing none at all?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Wearing an unqualified and uncertified helmet is as dangerous as not wearing a helmet at all, because many of these helmets that I've seen, for example, in Nairobi and in other countries, they don't have all the necessary components to protect the rider. They don't have a good energy absorbing liner to absorb the impact. They don't have a good retention system to keep it on their head. And so as a result, as you point out, it's almost equivalent to not wearing a helmet at all.
I use motorcycles sometimes, and honestly, I just see a helmet and I put it on. I do not see the difference because for all I care, it's a round, ballish thing. I'm meant to put it on my head. It's meant to protect me. So how exactly can I spot the difference between a certified one and an uncertified one?
So there's a few things you want to look for. First and foremost, the helmet will likely have a logo on it, because we see many unqualified helmets, the manufacturers don't even put the name on the helmet. So that's the first clue. But the second one is you're looking for a good, substantial, energy-absorbing liner on the inside. It's probably 25 millimeters thick, and that's going to protect you in a crash. And then you're also looking for what we call a retention system, or a chin strap with buckles, to make sure it'll stay on your head. So these are the three components that you want to make sure you have on your helmet when you pop it on your head.
And from your research, what are the most common mistakes motorcycle riders make even when they have a helmet on?
Well, I think probably the biggest mistake that I see is not properly fastening the chin strap. I know it's annoying. I know it rubs you. It makes you feel like you're being choked. But in the event of a crash, it's going to keep the helmet on your head. And I've seen too many cases where the rider does not buckle the chin strap, and due to the forces of the crash, the helmet will literally fly off of their head. And now we return back to our earlier conversation. They have no helmet on their head and they're about to hit the pavement. And that's a terrible situation.
And how often should a helmet be replaced if used normally? Does it have a lifespan?
Well, I've tested helmets actually that are as old as 20 to 25 years, and they will still perform very well, and they will actually still meet the standards that they were originally designed to. The problem is that the inner lining wears out and becomes like a powder. So most often I recommend people, depending upon how much riding they do and how much time they spend on their motorcycle, 5 years is probably a good estimate to replace your helmet. The materials are degraded enough that while it will still protect you, you should probably start thinking about getting a new helmet.
Now, Dr. Smith, before I let you go, I cannot leave you without you telling me one message that you wish every border or Okada rider or even their passengers should hear from you before getting on a bike.
So what I would tell you is that nobody ever wakes up in the morning knowing expecting to be in a motorcycle crash. All of us feel that we're safe riders or safe passengers, so nobody expects it, and that's one of the challenges. So it's important that you always wear a protective certified motorcycle helmet every time you get on a motorcycle, and wear it not just for yourself, but for your family, because they want you to come home at the end of the day. They want you to be there at the meal together to enjoy family. So if not doing it for yourself, wear a helmet for them and always ride safely.
Many thanks to Dr. Terry Smith, a specialist in helmet safety studies. And that's all on Focus on Africa today. What did you think about the stories we brought you? Do share your thoughts with us. Our WhatsApp number is +44 78 42 61 77 66. Or find us on social media at BBC Africa. You can also email us on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. This episode was produced by Caroline Kiambo and Kigante Shumba in Nairobi. Ayuba Ilya was in Lagos. It was mixed by David Nzao, and Charles Kitonga was the senior journalist in charge. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna. Speak again soon.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari.
One love.